Hi, loves. Welcome to what I think is the deepest dive of Rebel Wilson on the internet. And we are going to be covering in this video all of her very many legal dramas, including the current case that just concluded in Australia and also the case that's still ongoing in the US, which will be going to trial in October of 2026. This is actually a compilation video of all my Rebel Wilson coverage. So the first part of the video is going to be all of her past legal entanglements because those stretch back over 10 years. And we're also going to go into all of the on-set behavior and a lot of, in my opinion, unhinged behavior. And then we're going to go over the two legal cases that have been happening over the last year. And the Australia case just rendered a verdict today, July 22nd, 2026. So you will see at the end of the video, me, present day me, on July 22nd, 2026, will jump in and discuss the verdict, as this is a compilation of months of coverage of Rebel Wilson. I have read every single document from these legal cases, and it took me about 2 months to read them all. There is absolutely everything linked in the sources. There's text messages that I'm going to show you. There's Zoom calls between these producers. There's contracts. There's everything. Background checks. One of the most invasive, unhinged background checks I've ever seen. And I will show you all of that on the screen and stuff too. So if you want to know everything about the Rebel Wilson legal cases and about her herself, you're in the right place. And you will see an abrupt kind of cut about 50 minutes in, which is where the first part of the video kind of like stops because there's a bit about the legal cases in that first video and I didn't want to repeat myself. So if you only want to know about the legal cases, I will leave a timestamp at the top of the description box and you can just click that and it will take you straight to the legal cases. But I do think that it is important information, a lot of the background stuff, because there are many legal cases that she's been involved with before this. And I hope to see at least some of you at the end of the video when we discuss the Australian verdict. But wherever you make it in the video, thank you so much for watching. Rebel Wilson has just been unmasked as a Hollywood villain. She currently has multiple lawsuits filed against her on 2 continents, claiming that she bullied, manipulated, lied, and created false essay allegations. These lawsuits also go on to claim that Rebel orchestrated a devastating smear campaign against a producer and a young actress. The legal cases against Rebel Wilson are some of the most insane in Hollywood history, but barely anyone is talking about them, and that's no accident. Also at the center of Rebel's legal troubles are her alleged cutthroat PR team, who've been shown through their own text messages to have created smear campaigns and to also be working tirelessly to bury anything negative about Rebel. And this isn't even the first time this PR group is in court for an alleged smear campaign, as the only reason Rebel was exposed was because the text messages and voice notes containing the planning of these campaigns were exposed through the ongoing Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni lawsuit. But the text messages and voice notes aren't the only unbelievable revelations that have come out about Rebel Wilson, and the other evidence also appears to be both damning, overwhelming, and paints a picture of a Hollywood villain who will stop at nothing to get what she wants. As I said in the intro, this case is absolutely wild. And when I started to hear about it, I thought, oh, that might make an interesting topic. I'll wait until the case is over. But out of my own curiosity, I thought, oh, let me just look into it and see what's going on. And sometimes I'll like save some articles and like put them in a folder for down the road. But when I started looking into it, I just thought I need to immediately talk about this because the more I read about it and the more I looked into Rebel Wilson's past, the more red flags, alarm bells. I just couldn't believe what was happening with the lawsuit, but then also what she was doing that anybody with 2 brain cells would know this is what you should not be doing when you're in 3 active lawsuits. And also when you look into her past and things that she's said and claimed over the years, it gets even crazier. And I want to tell you about some of the claims and things that she said and done over the years, because I really think it paints a picture of who she is. And it does feed into a lot of what's happening with the lawsuit and gives a lot of context, because the lawsuit is still ongoing. And I want to give all of the information to you so that you can make your own assessment as to what you think is happening, because there's been some, in my opinion, pretty damning evidence that's come out against Rebel Wilson in the past few days. And I also just want to say at the very top of the video, my regular viewers will know I leave every source that I use for making these videos in a Google link in the description box in the pinned comment. I leave a playlist with all the videos I've watched, all the interviews, all the clips that I'm going to show you, and articles and things like that too, because a lot of people involved with this are extremely litigious. So everything in this video is allegations. There also will be maybe my interpretations or my own opinion, but I try not to really put too much of my opinion in. But I might say, oh, well, this happened, so it seems like this happened, but they're all my opinion and allegations. And for the most part, I want to present all the information to you, dear viewer, and you can make your own judgment on what's going on here. And I will, of course, as usual, be putting some clips and things in, because honestly, some of the things I don't think you'd believe me if I didn't put clips in. And I'll put a lot of articles and quotes on the screen, as I always do. If you're audio only, you won't miss any context, but just know that if there's some things I'm saying that sound pretty wild, I will be putting proof of them on the screen too. So let's get into everything, because there is so much to cover here. Rebel Wilson was born in Australia on March 2nd, 1980. And that sentence ended up being a lawsuit too, because she wasn't born Rebel Wilson. She was born Melanie Elizabeth Bones. And she also, for a long time, was choosing not to disclose her age, or purposefully didn't correct people about her age. For a long time, she was 35, but she wouldn't correct people when they would write down 29. Where they got 29 from, I'll leave that up to you to decide where they got it from, because there was a lawsuit over it. But Rebel didn't originally want to become an actor. According to Rebel, she was very good in school and was very good in particular at maths. And she was actually going to pursue some sort of career in maths, but originally changed her mind when she was going to apply to university. And she applied to university and went to University of New South Wales. And she got 2 degrees, 2 bachelor degrees. This is very important, in law, and another bachelor's in art. So she got those degrees, and from everything that I've seen that she's mentioned, her education, anything about what she achieved through higher university, she has always stated that she was a lawyer. While she did absolutely graduate with a bachelor's in law, she leaves out a lot of information. And if my James Franco deep dive has taught me anything, it's to remain very skeptical about these celebrities and their degrees, because these schools require next to nothing from famous people, as the schools get a lot out of celebrities attending. The amount of publicity that James Franco gave all the schools that he attended was absolutely crazy, and the University of New South Wales has definitely got a lot of publicity out of Rebel Wilson's attendance. Rebel talks a lot about being a lawyer and how she was a lawyer before she was famous, but she got into law school before she was famous, went for a bit and dropped out, then became famous, went back, and finished 10 years later. What's not discussed a lot of the time is these celebrities are given massive amount of credit for the work that they're being paid to do on film sets. They'll even be given 2, 3, 4 times the amount of credits that a usual student would do, and they do very little in the way of usual student work. Although we don't know exactly what Rebel Wilson did at school and how much attendance she has spoken about certain things being required attendance that she would fly in and out for. Rebel Wilson has talked about her degrees a lot in interviews, but when it comes to her interviews, she does get a lot of criticism for coming across very disingenuous. Because when you look into a lot of what she says, things aren't always quite what she presents them to be, but she's always very strategic with how she says things. So maybe she was in those law school classes. There actually was a lawsuit over Rebel Wilson's false claims about her name, age, upbringing, and other things. She always presents information that requires people to draw their own conclusions. Like when she was asked about if she was born Rebel Wilson, one of the claims in the lawsuit that I just mentioned. And instead of just answering yes or no, she said that for a Christian girls' school, Rebel is not the best name to have, and said she went by one of her middle names, Melanie. She wasn't born Rebel, she wasn't Rebel in school, but she did technically go by Melanie Elizabeth when she was in school, which is now her middle name. So maybe she could claim here she's being truthful. And you're going to see a lot of questions answered like this throughout the video, especially when we get into her unhinged behavior lately, which includes tirades on social media and an interview that, in my humble opinion, as a chronically online girly with a hyperfixation on pop culture, is one of the most insane interviews I have ever seen come out of Hollywood, and I cannot believe that it aired.
I had zero to do with the websites. I don't even know how to create a website.
Well, it's not saying that you made the websites.
So Rebel Wilson is careful with her words most of the time, but there are still claims she's made that have been quite astonishing. And many publications have looked into these claims and not been able to find a shred of proof about them. For example, Rebel Wilson has always claimed that through her great aunt that she was related to Walt Disney. And even when there was the lawsuit over her name and her age and all these other things that she's claimed, like her upbringing and stuff, that was one of the things in the lawsuit that she was absolutely adamant about, that she was related to Walt Disney. But there's been no evidence that she's been able to produce. And there's been plenty of like publications and newspapers and magazines that have looked into this, and nobody has been able to find anything at all that would indicate this. And just to briefly touch on the name age lawsuit, because again, it just adds into everything and gives a bit of context, but it's tied up in a bow and done. So there's a lot more with the other lawsuits to get into. But this lawsuit was with an Australian publication, and they basically had been going over all of the claims that she'd made about her past and growing up and what it was like growing up in Australia. And they had kind of collected all of these things like, I'm related to Walt Disney. And she, in a lot of interviews, was adamant that she was born Rebel Wilson. And it wasn't even like somebody asked her, oh, were you born Rebel Wilson? And she said yes. Like, she absolutely elaborated all the time and said, you know, oh, everyone in my family, they have unusual names. And she's admitted it in court and everything. I'll put a quote on the screen that she was born Melanie Bondens, and then she changed her name to Rebel Wilson. And that sort of thing, like, does it matter that someone's changed their name? Of course not. Like, your name is whatever you tell me your name is. Like, it doesn't affect my life in any way. But it is just very telling if someone is not being truthful with what they're telling you. Like, why do you need to be adamant that you were born Rebel? And the Australian publication also dug up a lot of information about how she spoke about her background and her upbringing. And she gave the impression that she grew up quite underprivileged and didn't have a lot of resources growing up, and her family wasn't very wealthy. But according to a lot of Australian people, from what I've read, she grew up in a place called Castle Hill. Hill, and that is quite a good area. And her parents were upper middle class and were dog breeders, and she also allegedly went to a private school. So that seems to be pretty contrasting. And so Wilson ended up suing this Australian publication for defamation when they published an article saying that she had really misrepresented her past, that she didn't have this underprivileged background, that her name wasn't actually Rebel, she wasn't born Rebel, that her age, she had misrepresented that according to them, and all these other little things like the Disney claim. And there was loads of other little random things and some very like specific to Australia things that they were able to say, like the Castle Hill place that she says that was an underprivileged place that she grew up, like according to Australian people, it's not. So they end up going to court. And one thing that I think just really isn't talked about when it comes to this case, or like really any defamation case outside of the US, and anything in this sort of realm of defamation, slander, libel, because what most people don't realize is that everything outside of the US when it comes to defamation is so much easier to sue for and to win for, because when it comes to the UK, Australia, it is just easier for people to go after someone for libel, slander, defamation. And when the Australian publication put this information out about Rebel Wilson, they ended up being in this case, and then they brought Rebel Wilson into court, and she did admit a lot of things like that she wasn't born Rebel and all the stuff I mentioned. But because she had gone into all of this detail about how she had lost roles, she believed, and she also said that she was let go from Trolls, the animated movie, and another animated project. And she also said that there were not roles offered to her when she would have expected them to be. And another aspect of the case people don't really discuss is the fact that the case wasn't over whether things Rebel said were true or not. This case was about how the publication had misrepresented her dishonesty and maliciousness. And she did end up getting awarded damages for the case. But another thing that really isn't talked about with this case is that she was originally awarded 4.6 million Australian dollars. And then the Australian publication appealed the case, and she had to pay back the vast majority of it. And then she also had to pay the Australian publication 80% of what it cost them to appeal the suit. So she ended up paying back, and then she had to pay back interest on the millions as well. So she really didn't walk away with much. And one thing that's very interesting is that this case is almost 10 years old, and it's the kind of opposite of what's happening now. Rebel Wilson sued for defamation, and now she's being sued twice for defamation and breach of contract. And everything that you look up about her now, there have been a good dozen or so articles in the last 2 days about this case, because there was some really significant evidence that came out that we'll get into, like the most significant evidence that I've seen or heard up until this point. And it is articles in places like the Hollywood Reporter and stuff. But what I always do when there's an active case or an active situation unfolding for a video that I'm doing, I'll always like once or twice a day when I'm like not only researching the video but like up until I post it, which is why you'll get like the editing section sometimes, is that like I will look at what like their Google search results are returning. And I've talked about it a lot with Ashton and Mila, how they will, in my opinion, have PR people like pouring out like a bunch of fluff articles, like using SEO to try and bury all the crap about them. And every time for the past 2 days that I've been looking up her search results on like a completely incognito clean window, the number one article that gets returned is about this case from 10 years ago almost. And of course, Google results are always changing and things are happening and stuff like that. But to me, in my opinion, it just looked very different from what I expected it to be. To me, it looked suspicious because it just didn't have the search result returns that I would expect, or I think a lot of people who know anything about SEO or just even really like websites and social media, what they would expect it to return when someone is a well-known actress in 3 active lawsuits, and even the last lawsuit was almost 10 years ago. It just seems odd to me, but we'll get into that more in a minute, because maybe just if that was all that was happening, like, and I didn't know about the people that she's involved with PR wise, I wouldn't be as suspicious, but I think that you might agree with me when we talk about them. So that lawsuit with Bauer Media happened from 2016 to 2018. The original verdict was 2017, and then everything with the appeal happened in 2018. Now, she did have like a gap in her roles and movies and stuff around this time, but I will say, like, that could be for anything, like for any reason. And we don't know what was happening with her with casting. And from what I've heard about how she behaves behind the scenes, that doesn't seem surprising to me, because she, like Jonah Hill, and I probably have titled this something like the female Jonah Hill, she has a horrendous reputation behind the scenes and is someone that is spoken about extremely poorly for how rude she allegedly is to cast, crew, anybody really that she doesn't deem at her level. Again, why I'm saying that she's the female Jonah Hill, because that's him in a nutshell. But also, when it comes to her behavior with anybody who apparently in any way criticizes her, or not even like really criticizes her, but just maybe doesn't have glowing reviews about everything she does, she is allegedly someone who really flies off the handle and will do these like bizarre things. But she also has, even herself in interviews, told some very strange stories about her conduct on set and with other actors. She's spoken about with Tom Hardy in one of her first roles, how she basically shoved one of her digits in one of the only places that you can shove it on a man. And she's also talked inappropriately about touching Anne Hathaway. And some people might say like, oh, Anne Hathaway, you know, has done lots of interviews with her and they seem fine and stuff. And it's like, I don't really put too much stock in that, because what would she say? What would she do? Like, you know, they're having to promote a movie together, and there's lots of money and things invested in this, and they're under obligations to promote things. But she also, even when she's spoken about the Tom Hardy thing, has said like, oh, after it happened, you know, he didn't speak to me and stuff like that. And it's like, are you
I
surprised?
didn't know, like, you shouldn't do that. So I just did it.
Yeah, and how did Tom
He
react?
gave a really realistic, shocked expression. He was like, what? And then he, like, didn't really talk to me.
And there's also several other stories that she's told about her interactions with celebrities that, when all put together, they kind of raise red flags, and they might seem like innocuous on the surface. And if it was someone else, it might be innocuous on the surface. But whenever you're taking all of this into context, it just really does paint the picture of someone who is generally not well liked, it seems, within Hollywood, even by other actors. And we've spoken a lot on this channel about people who behave badly behind the scenes and treat, in particular, crew very badly, be it crafty or the grips or PAs. And generally, even if those people are monsters to the crew, generally they're at least decent to other people that they deem at their level, like actors, directors, producers, whatever. But when it comes to Rebel Wilson, I couldn't find anything, anything anyone has said positive outside of when there's a movie being promoted together. And even then, it's very few and far between. And there's different stories in her memoir, Rebel Rising, which there's a whole thing with Sacha Baron Cohen, where there was actually a whole thing about defamation over that too. And this again will go into like how much easier in the UK and Australia and places like that it is to go after someone this way, and how much more worried publications and like even publishers, like book publishers, movies and interviews and all that sort of thing, how much more worried they are about slander, libel, defamation. Because when Rebel Wilson, her book was published, the bit about Sacha Baron Cohen was taken out of the book in the UK and Australia. Basically, she claimed that Sacha Baron Cohen sexually harassed her and asked her for nudes and things. And she even then later came out and said that her coming out with those allegations is what led to Isla Fisher ending up divorcing him and stuff. And I believe that Isla Fisher has denied that that was the reason, but all of that, there was like a lot in the media about her making these claims. And because Sacha Baron Cohen was so, no, this didn't happen. So the publishers and the publishers' lawyers did not stand by Rebel's statements. Her book was actually published by HarperCollins, who of course are a massive publisher, but they're very well known for standing behind their authors. If you've watched either of my videos about ex-Prince Andrew, the book I referenced a lot in those videos, entitled by Andrew Lowney, that book is about 70% new horrendous accusations and stories about Andrew. In fact, the retractions for Rebel's book were done so last minute that they were physically done on printed copies. Literally, there's like blacked out bits there. So you can see it in the US if you want to. And of course, it gets shared online, and all of the magazines and everything, and magazines, all of the online publications put all the stories out about what Rebel Wilson had claimed against Sacha Baron Cohen. And while those are serious allegations, there's also a lot of stories that she's told in like interviews over the years, and again in her book, about other celebrities not liking her. She told this story in her book about how Adele doesn't like her, and at no point has she even had an interaction with Adele, and no point has like Adele said in an interview about her. But she said that anytime that she would go to something and like try and approach Adele would like turn away or not go up to her. And then she said that she thinks that Adele, or not thinks, she says Adele doesn't like her because they both were overweight and that they get compared, and Adele didn't like that they get compared. And it's like, have you just made this up in your head? Because this is my own speculation. I would think instead of some like random weight thing that you've thought of, that it's much more likely that Adele either has heard how you behave, how you treat people, or what usually happens, and I would think is much more likely, is that you've worked on something with someone that Adele knows, or someone that is in her team, or her team's friend, or her friend's friend, and they have said, you won't believe how Rebel Wilson behaved, how she treated people, because that is like a common thing. A lot of the time it will be like, oh, you don't realize someone's friends with someone. And I've also heard that allegedly there was no love lost between her and a lot of the Pitch Perfect cast, especially Anna Kendrick. And I know like within the past few years, there's been a picture here or there. There was one in London, I'll hopefully be able to find it, of Anna Kendrick and Rebel Wilson and other cast members taking a picture together if they were at an event or something. But I think that the Pitch Perfect people do get together quite a lot. Brittany Snow actually is from Tampa, and one of my friends from high school, her mom taught her because she went to like one of the other high schools. But as far as reunions between the cast in general, it seems like Rebel is absent a lot from them. And maybe that is because she's busier or something like that. But it is quite a known thing, even just if you see a lot of people like speaking online. And of course, you have to take all these things with a grain of salt. It's fairly well known that she just is generally someone who is not liked by really any of her coworkers and people in general in the industry. Anna Kendrick is another one that I don't think, I think a lot of people know that she's someone that isn't kittens and sunshine and rainbows. And just before we get into the lawsuit, just a few little brief things to mention about other sort of controversies that she's gotten herself into. I mean, she gets into a lot, and the last 2 years, most of the controversies have been centered around the lawsuit because she cannot stop posting stories on social media. There was one the other day that was 17 story slides. And don't worry, I'm going to show you. But she's also in multiple active lawsuits on multiple continents. She is posting about the lawsuit and like talking about people. Like, her lawyers must be absolutely beside themselves with her behavior, unless she's representing herself, because she's a lawyer, so you never know. But she has also got a lot of criticism around her doing a lot of promotion and taking payments from places like Dubai, because she is married to a woman. Because, of course, it's illegal to be a lesbian or gay or LGBTQ in Dubai, apparently, unless you're a celebrity that's going to profit millions from it. And she did get called out about it because she is married to a woman, but there's plenty of other celebrities. I know Beyonce's made like 24 million from it. People like Ellen Pompeo have gone. There was a massive amount of comedians and YouTubers recently that went like a couple of months ago. And that is just something that to me it's another one of those things that's like, you just do not care about anything but like your own profiting. Like, it's like the people who promote gambling to their viewers. Like, if you ever see me promoting gambling, like it's a sign for help, like I've been kidnapped or something like that. And in that same vein of very morally, ethically questionable promotions, Rebel has also got a lot of criticism lately for her promotion of Noom, which is, and I'll use their word, a weight loss program app. And Noom, originally they used to put themselves out as like an alternative version of like Weight Watchers or Jenny Craig. And I've never done Noom. I don't really know that much about it, but from the bit that I've looked into it, it was something that, you had the app, and it was a lot about like retraining your brain and like relearning your relationship with food and eating. And it wasn't anything like an actual, like points on Weight Watchers and things, but the goal was still to lose weight. And a lot of their ads used to be sort of geared around doing a diet without doing a diet. And in the recent couple of years, they have pivoted to microdosing semaglutide, particularly compounding microdosing semaglutide.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, microdose GLP-1.
I can do micro.
With Noom, we all can! It's micro season, baby! Micro changes, big results. Get started at Noom.
And I'm sure most people know that semaglutide, like probably more familiar with like the brand names of Ozempic, Wegovy, Mounjaro, and about a dozen or more others. It is a now weight loss medication. It was originally for treating diabetes. It slows down stomach emptying, so it's very good at stabilizing blood sugar. And through that, it also kind of turns off or turns down food noise that a lot of people have. And I always like to be super open with you guys. And I have said this in definitely my Amber Lynn video, maybe in the Biggest Loser video too, but I originally didn't have like a weight problem when I was like younger or like teens, 20s stuff. I put on a lot of weight in my late 20s when I was like going through a difficult period. And I ended up losing about 200 pounds just with, I say diet and exercise, but it was basically just diet because I was like really, really heavy in especially the beginning. And actually my whole like goal was, if I lose 100 pounds, like my first 100 pounds, I would start a YouTube channel because I'd always wanted to. And when I did lose my first 100 pounds, I started my original channel, Ash Silver, back in January 2020. And I ended up losing 200 pounds again, just with diet. But about 2 years ago, I started taking a low dose, not a microdose, a low dose of Mangiano, and I actually started on Wegovy, sorry, and then Mangiano, and I still take a small dose now. And everybody should talk to their doctor and pharmacist, and if it's anything that they consider, because it just reacts differently to everybody, and everybody has different goals that they're trying to get. But for me personally, if I never lost 1 more pound, I would still take it, because turning off that food noise has been so helpful for me. Like, not just weight loss, it's just been great. And I kind of wish that I had it when I was losing the 200 pounds by myself, because it would have been so much easier. But altogether, I've lost like close to 275 pounds. And I've been very lucky that I've never had a side effect. And I tell you that because the situation with Noom is that they are basically saying to people, one, microdose a compounding version, which compounding is, you don't get it in like a pen like Mangiano and Ozempic and everything. It comes in like a little pen. I'll put some B-roll in and show you mine. And it's very easy. Like, you turn a little dial, click, inject, it's done. But compounding versions, the pharmacy basically like mixes it up, and a lot of them will send out like drawn needles of it. And there's a lot of criticism for it because, you know, you're mixing it up, and like sometimes the doses might not be entirely accurate. And as far as I'm aware, Noom has to use the compounding versions because the doses are so minuscule that they don't actually produce pens that have this dosage in them. And I also should have mentioned GLP-1 is also used interchangeably, like semaglutide, Ozempic, etc. But the vast majority of the dosages for GLP-1s does come in pen form, because it is just so much easier for patients to inject, and it also is a very accurate dosing, which you do run that risk when people are injecting themselves at home. And while there's a lot of criticism around like the compounding side and the microdosing side and whether it's effective at all, I'm sure there'll be people telling me that they have done compounding and microdosing and it's been effective. That's great. Anything that is helping people, but in general and like trials and evidence, there's not a lot of it from what I know anyway. But the massive amount of criticism for Noom is the fact that what they're doing isn't what people think it is. Like, the way that they promote it, they're promoting it as, we're going to prescribe this semaglutide Ozempic that you're seeing in the media, and it's this great tool and everything. But the guidelines around Ozempic and Wegovy and all of these are very, very strict now. They used to be a little bit looser, but you have to have a BMI of 29% or higher, or 27 to 28%, and a comorbidity. And by comorbidity, I mean something like sleep apnea or high blood pressure. And I'm not saying BMI is a great way to measure weight or anything, but that just is the absolute prescribing guidelines. With Noom and everything that Rebel Wilson is promoting, you're exposing yourself to a lot of these side effects with not very much upside, very expensive too. And basically what you pay on Noom is what you would pay for the actual semaglutide and you're getting literally a microdose compounded that might not even be the little microdose that it says it is. I just think there's probably a lot of people out there, especially young girls and women, who are on social media a lot, who follow a lot of celebrity stuff. They've heard a lot just in general in the media about semaglutide and Ozempic and weight loss tools, and then they see a lot of celebrities who've lost weight, including Rebel Wilson, who it's very well known that she's lost weight. They see her promoting Noom and they hear microdosing of semaglutide, and they see also the price, which is nearly identical. Like, it is pretty much what I pay. And you think, oh, this is what that is. I'm going to sign up for this. And they might not realize, and I know people should be educating themselves and stuff, but especially younger people, I just think that in general, in my opinion, Noom is very misleading. I'm sure that it's helped a lot of people, but especially for the price, it's very, very expensive because their justification is, while you're only paying for like a tiny bit of medication, it's the app and everything else, which is why it's a level with the actual medication. And there's even a lot of former Noom patients who have criticized Noom for being misleading. A lot of people have said that when they went to Noom, they of course trust and think that they're going to be prescribed the appropriate dosing. And there were a lot of people that I saw that were surprised when they received their dose in the mail and saw how small the dosage was, and then looked it up online, saw that it was not even a microdose, that it was much smaller than they were anticipating. And not only semaglutide, but this other medication that they use, liraglutide, the doses will be 60% lower than the bare minimum effective dose. And with Rebel's promotions, they're not only targeting people who are in this BMI prescribing criteria, they are also targeting people who were not approved through other sources for the full semaglutide dose. And they also target people who are at a healthy BMI to maintain, and they also target people who might want to lose 10, 15 pounds of dress size. And the way that they go about this is through these celebrity promotional ads. I hope that makes sense, but basically, I just think that it's incredibly misleading. And also, I just do not think that you should be promoting medication as a celebrity or really as anyone. And I know that, well over 50% of my viewership is American, but I cannot explain to you how insane it is to anyone who is not American what it is to turn on the television and there is commercials for drugs on TV. Like, when I first moved to the US, that was like, it's one of my most clear memories of turning on the TV and seeing the first ad I ever saw for a medication. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the hell is this? And now, like, I've shown loads of my friends in the UK the ad, the Ozempic, and sorry about my singing, and like that to people outside the US is so insane. And for a celebrity to do it, I just think that it really, really is scummy. Guys, I cannot with these famous people. I cannot with these celebrities. Literally, it's editing, Ash, by the way. Literally, I just finished recording this second half of the video, okay? And I am importing the video to my computer and I'm like, oh, let me check my Instagram DMs. The first thing that comes up on my timeline, even though I don't even follow Rebel Wilson, but obviously I've been looking stuff up about her, is a picture of her promoting a full body MRI. Now, there is a million reasons that this is a terrible thing to do. And judging by the comment section, which she has now deleted, but don't worry, I have it, people know why you shouldn't be doing these full body MRIs and certainly not promoting them, because actual people need MRIs. It's not a good diagnostical tool. You're in the machine so long, it's expensive. Because people are having to lie in the machine for so long, they might move or something. And so these full bodies, they create like a lot of like false flags. And whenever it looks like it's something, then the patient is sent for even more invasive, expensive, painful, time wasting, unnecessary tests. And then it's like, oh no, it was actually nothing. Like every doctor that I ever spoke to about this when I used to work in like medical stuff, every single one of them is like, this is a terrible thing, that this is becoming like something celebrities are promoting. And there's honestly like a list a mile long that I could go into about why this is just such a stupid and selfishly dumb thing for these celebrities to do. It's a very like let them eat cake sort of thing. And I know some people will be like, oh, let rich people do what they want. But there is an even worse reason right now that this is probably like the worst possible moment you could ever promote these things, like ethics wise. Right now, 2 days before Rebel Wilson posted this, there was a massive amount of reports that came out that there is great concern about the liquid helium supplies. And if you don't know what liquid helium is, it's used in like a lot of manufacturing, and it is especially used in MRI machines. And you cannot run an MRI without liquid helium because it basically like cools down the magnets, and that like an MRI is just magnets. Again, I just think it speaks so much to Rebel Wilson's character that it's like, I don't care. Whatever I do, whatever I get affects anyone else. Money in my pocket, screw everyone else. And also, I think the fact that she has left the post up and removed the comment section, that you see how well she deals with negativity, deals with criticism, along with Noom, everything else that we've spoken about. Keep this all in mind as we continue on through our journey of insanity, because it just gets even wilder from here. And I think that this is the most difficult video, along with the Danny Masterson video, that I've ever done. So thank you so much for putting up with this very convoluted editing ass section, but I couldn't not include it. So back to past me. There honestly is so much other criticism for Rebel over her 15 or so year career. She also had a lot of controversy during the pandemic because she was just traveling insane amounts, and not only like doing it but like posting it constantly on social media. And then she would also go to like stores in Australia and be like calling them out for not having stock of this or doing that. And it just really seemed to be, is this what we need to be doing? Like making the lives of people working in a grocery store more difficult because you're saying, oh, why don't you have this stock in or something? And it just seems like a very careless use of an 11 plus million follower platform. But we'll get a lot more into careless, even cruel uses of social media platforms by Rebel Wilson in just a minute. One other big kind of controversy that she had was back in 2015 when she was at the MTV Movie Awards to present an award. She got a lot of criticism for going to the award show wearing a shirt that at the time there was a lot of discussion in the media about police brutality and police racism. And she wore a shirt that said, "Fuck the stripper police." And it was more so what she said when she revealed the shirt that people had problems with, because she didn't reveal the shirt until she was on stage presenting an award. And when she walked up to the microphone, you couldn't actually see the shirt. She started to say, "I know a lot of people have problems with the police," and then paused and seemed like she was actually going to say something about what was happening in America at the time, and well, for all of time. But instead, she then said, but I really hate police strippers. And then she tore open the shirt to reveal the fuck the stripper police. And then she went into this monologue about lap dancing and even said at one point, I hate this injustice, hence the shirt. And again, it's just, is that really the point that you want to make? It's just so unnecessary, careless. And she also, when she was presenting an award at the VMAs, did like a whole bit, and it just came across as so tone deaf, especially coming from a white Australian that was living in the US. And there are a lot of things like that over the years where she does something stupid at one of these award shows or something. There's some backlash at the night or like the next day. There's a few headlines and articles, and then it kind of dies down and goes away. And she really gets herself into these sort of things all the time because she seems to just like put out so much garbage on social media too, to feed into her own ego. And then she also won't back down when she's wrong. So when she does get criticism for things like the t-shirt at the VMAs, she will then attack people about it. And so it just blows up into a bigger thing, and she cannot back down, and she starts digging herself in a deeper hole, which is what we're going to come into with this lawsuit. But there's also things that she's done that you see her always wanting to inflate her ego or like feed her ego. And there are countless examples. One of like the bigger online ones was when she got the lead in the Netflix movie Isn't It Romantic, which is a romantic comedy. And she ended up saying that she was the first plus size woman to get a lead role in a romantic comedy, which is just obviously not true. And when a lot of people said, actually, there's a ton of people that have been leads in romantic comedies, like even off the top of my head, like Queen Latifah and stuff like that. And when people said that, she went immediately, not wanting to back down. And then she started blocking all these people and biting back. And it wasn't even like people that were coming at her. Like people were literally just saying, hey, by the way, like Queen Latifah. And she just ended up blocking like a ton of people. And then it turned into this whole thing of like, Rebel Wilson blocked me and stuff like that. So again, you're going to see this pattern now that we're going to go into the lawsuit, that she ends up doing something stupid, being wrong, and then she can't accept that she's wrong, doesn't back down, in my opinion, seems to fabricate or, well, we'll not even give it a name. You're gonna see. And then it blows up into a huge thing because she could not admit she was wrong or back down. But let's get into this insanity because it is absolutely wild. Hi loves, this was a little abrupt cut I was talking about, so we'll now jump into discussing the two legal cases against Rebel Wilson for defamation, one in Australia and one in the US, and I hope to see you later in the video for the Australian verdict. I talk a lot on this channel about the behind the scenes of Hollywood and how many celebrities aren't quite who they portray themselves to be. And the case that we're discussing today is the most insane I not only have ever covered on this channel and my original channel, but the most insane case that I've ever seen come out of Hollywood. And what's even more wild about it is hardly anyone is talking about it. Of the outlets that are talking about this story, many have got their information from one side of the story, and I'll show that to you in text messages as we go through the video. Other outlets, the information that they're putting out is such a small part of this entire legal saga, and you cannot possibly even scratch the surface of what is going on in this case with an article or a short summary. Because I even talked about this case 5 or 6 weeks ago. I did a video about the main person involved with the case, Rebel Wilson, and the video that I did was about Rebel Wilson kind of as a whole. I talked about all of her other controversies and a lot of other things that people have said about her and her behavior. And in the second half of the video, I talked about the ongoing lawsuits that she's involved with because she's currently being sued on multiple continents by multiple people for defamation and other things. And the information that I knew when I made that video was probably 10% of what I know now. And everything in that video, still, when I was making it, I was thinking, this is so insane. And I even say in that video, the reason that I really wanted to cover it is because, with the exception of like one live stream by D'Angelo Wallace, I had not seen anybody talking about this case. So I'm going to go over Rebel's side of the story and how this kind of enters the public sphere, and then we'll go back and go through the timeline. And as I said, every single document I will leave in the sources, and you are more than welcome to go through any of it. There's affidavits from all of the people involved. There's screenshots, text messages, like absolutely everything. As I said, there's even some audio Zoom calls that you can listen to. This is kind of a summary of all of it, and I will show, I know there's some audio only listeners, but anytime that I'm saying like a text message or reading things, I will show it on the screen as much as possible. But, you know, if you want to have a wild weekend, you can read all of this stuff too. July 2024 is when this story really enters the public consciousness at a big level. Of course, there's been discussions behind the scenes, and you know, if you go places like FOMO, Reddit, and there's rumors and stuff like that. But July 10th, 2024, Rebel Wilson posts a video on her Instagram, and she accuses the producers that are co-producing her directorial debut, which is a movie called The Deb. She accuses them of embezzlement, and she accuses the producers of doing something very charged to the lead actress on the movie. And she is very vague with the accusations. In fact, she's so vague with the accusations that although she does accuse a married couple who are the producers called Gregor Cameron and Amanda Ghost, the main accusations are against the woman, Amanda Ghost, in the couple. But if you watch people like, I saw a clip from Joe Rogan, and for this video, and when he's talking about it with his friend, they think it's an accusation against a man because Rebel Wilson is so vague about it. But she's saying that there was inappropriate sexual harassment and contact with the lead actress on the movie. And she does release like other videos and Instagram posts and social media things over the course of the summer of 2024. And she does name the producers as well. She doesn't name the lead actress, but you can put 2 and 2 together and very easily figure it out. And of course, people figure it out and start commenting, and also go to the actress's Instagram and say really awful things, comment, send her messages. And there's lots and lots of proof of that in all of these court documents and on the actress's Instagram. And the actress is called Charlotte McInnes. As I said, she is in her early and now mid-20s. She is an Australian actress, and by all accounts, even Rebel herself, Charlotte is very, very talented, and this was her first movie role, but she actually was in the stage play of The Deb, because The Deb was originally a play, it's a musical, and then they made it into a film. And so Charlotte was cast in the stage play. She did auditions in November 2021, and the original run of the play was in April to June 2022. The following year is when they started production on the movie. Amanda Ghost and Rebel Wilson originally met over Rebel's pitch of a movie called Girl Group, which is actually about to come out. Rebel's been posting about it on her Instagram when I'm filming this, which is the 14th of May 2026. Originally, Amanda passed on that, and then later down the road in 2022, they started talking about the Depp and then moved forward. Amanda Ghost and her husband, Gregor Cameron, and another producer, Vince Holden, they are part of some different companies that do movie production, AI films, which has nothing to do with AI. I really think they should change the name of that though. And also a company called Unigram. And a lot of their funding comes from the billionaire Len Blavatnik. This will all be relevant. And there also is a lot of movies that they've produced that are musicals, but they've also produced movies that aren't, like the Tetris movie that came out with Apple. And so everything is great. When Rebel and Amanda are introduced, they get on fantastic, and they're both really excited to move forward with all of this. Amanda is going to be the lead producer and also do all of the music, and Rebel is going to be a director. It's her directorial debut, also star in it. And those are the two like really concrete things that are established from the offset. And we have everything for this movie. Like, there is not only all the emails and text messages, literally there's the contracts, the budgets, like absolutely everything is in all of the evidence and discovery for this case. And so the main case that I'm going to go into today is the defamation case with Charlotte McInnes. Amanda Ghost is also suing Rebel Wilson for defamation and the producers of the movie. And there's a whole thing about Rebel and the movie and the financing. And that case is ongoing in California, and it's still happening. That one, it hasn't actually moved as forward as the Charlotte McInnes one. So if this video does okay and people still want to hear me talk about this case, I absolutely would love to do one on the California case. But the Charlotte McInnes case had closing arguments last Friday, which 6 days ago. So it's like the 8th of May. And that case is currently in reserve. So the judge will come back with a ruling. So Amanda Ghost and Rebel Wilson are moving forward with this production. It was written by a woman named Hannah Riley, who she was a recipient of a scholarship that Rebel does in this theater that she paid to have named after her that's called the Rebel Theater. And Hannah Riley also has had a major falling out with Rebel Wilson, and her affidavit also says the exact same thing as Charlotte McInnes's, Amanda Ghost's, Gregor Cameron's, Vince Holden, and about half a dozen other people that gave in affidavits. And Hannah Riley, in my opinion, is someone else that Rebel Wilson was trying to get her way with, let's say for now. So when they're moving forward, there's no kind of assumption that anyone from the play will be cast in the movie, but they hold the auditions, and there's text messages between Amanda Ghost and Rebel Wilson that talk between themselves about how talented they think Charlotte is and how they really want her for the role. Charlotte is actually cast on a show, and they then start to have a discussion about, oh, we got to get her, like we don't want to lose her for this part. And so Charlotte ends up being cast in the movie, and everything is going great. They're moving forward, and they end up saying, okay, we're going to shoot this movie at the end of 2023. There's going to be pre-production in September 2023, and then we're going to film up until the 9th of December 2023. And so that's the plan, and they have this period of pre-production pretty much the very, very tail end of August and all through September. They hire a local producer called Greer Simpkin, who will come up a lot, and she doesn't actually realize, because she hasn't worked on musicals before, how extensive the pre-production will be and how back and forth the travel will be for Charlotte, and how much she'll be required to be in Sydney where they're filming, and Charlotte lives in Western Australia. And I'm not super familiar with Australia, but it's a flight distance, to put it that way. And so Charlotte is having to do a lot of back and forth, and they don't have accommodation booked for her in like her downtime in the pre-production. And so Amanda Ghost and her head of music, who's a woman called Pia Ashcroft, they have an apartment that is, Rebel loves to say, is a penthouse apartment and make it sound like, oh, they're spending so much money on it. But she also leaves out that when Amanda left Australia after the pre-production, Rebel and her girlfriend moved in there. So it was the movie that was renting it. And so this penthouse is rented for accommodation for the production, and there's 3 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms in this penthouse, and I'll show you pictures and everything of it. Amanda Ghost has 1 bedroom, Pia Ashcroft has another, and there's a 3rd bedroom. And so Amanda Ghost, in the appropriate way too, says Charlotte is welcome to the 3rd bedroom, but if she doesn't want to stay there, absolutely no worries. And when this message is sent, it's sent to Charlotte's agent. It's not even delivered to her where it's like, oh, it might be uncomfortable or something to say no. And in the message, it's also like, if you want to stay here during pre-production, and we'll move you to, of course, your own accommodation afterwards. And the email literally is saying like, I'm sure you want your own space and everything like that afterwards. Like, that to me is what's going to happen, is she's going to stay in this 3rd bedroom in pre-production and then move to her own accommodation. And Amanda extended this invitation because she had got to know Charlotte a little bit, and she is someone who's very influential in the music industry and has had a successful career. And she clearly saw a lot of talent in Charlotte. And Charlotte, who's in her early 20s and wants a music career, it to me seems very, very logical that there was a professional mentor-mentee relationship developing. And I've read all of their emails and text messages, and I said this I did like a little update video on my other channel, Coffee, Cults and Cats, and I was actually surprised how professional and just work related these text messages and emails were. And there wasn't really that many emails, it was mostly text messages. It was really all about the work. Amanda obviously is someone that's had a successful long career, and Charlotte's like, literally this is her first movie role. When I read those emails and text messages, they are absolutely conversations that I've either had with people that are younger than me and have asked me for advice and things like that. Like one of my friend who does my hair in the back of her house, my logo with the little laptop, her stepdaughter did that, she was 17 when she did it. She was 18 and she wants to get into YouTube and she has a channel and all this stuff. That sort of thing. Like, there is absolutely always a line of how you speak to someone, and there's a very different kind of conversation that's happening, especially when they are a lot younger. Whereas someone like, I have people that I absolutely look up to. Like, I was having dinner with a producer on Monday who is someone that I do look up to a lot and who I feel like I'm always learning from them when I'm with them. There's a different conversation that would happen between us when she's 20 years older than me, and I'm clinging into my late 30s, and I'm talking to someone who's 18. Like, it's very different. And also because they have the added element of they are working together on a movie. So Charlotte and Amanda, they had gone and had tea after the audition, talked about kind of Charlotte's hopes and dreams about becoming a musician and an actress. And then in May 2023, Len Blavatnik, the billionaire, had a launch of the movie's production, which is, in my opinion, just not like a usual thing. And when they were at Cannes, he invited a lot of the cast to his boat. And there's a lot of the articles, and even myself, like the pictures that you have seen if you've read anything about this case. It's the pictures of Rebel, Charlotte, and the other 2 actresses from the movie on a boat, and they're like all jumping in the water and stuff, and it's like, sunshine and beautiful blue skies, and the actresses are all like in white, and then Rebel actually changes in the pictures. She's in red in one and then like a black and white outfit in the others. And you would think, oh, it's because she jumped in the water, but she doesn't jump in the water. Everybody else does. So I don't know, maybe she just decided to change. But when this happens, this is in May 2023, the pre-production starts in September. There's also this allegation that Rebel makes a lot about Amanda being obsessed with Charlotte and favoring Charlotte and all of this stuff. The explanation for some of these things, and I don't think that there needs to be an explanation, but I'm going to tell you anyway, is Rebel kind of repeats a lot of vague things always, like, oh, she's obsessed, and she's always saying there's all these allegations and things, when you can't really get, like, tell me what the actual allegation is. Like, she never gets specific, because another thing is Rebel Wilson went to law school, and sometimes you see absolutely clear cut, like the way she's talking and the way even that she signs off emails, not don't use this, and all rights reserved and all this sort of language. But then other times she's going on Instagram and like making insane allegations against people. But we'll get into all of that. So when the Cannes Festival is happening, there is actually a gala that's happening as well. And because Len Blavatnik is putting on this show and having we're launching the production of the Deb, he ends up buying like a table at this gala, and there ends up being a spare seat. And so Amanda, who is the CEO of the film production companies, her and Len have a discussion about there's only one extra seat, and Amanda's only met the other two actresses, Stevie and Natalie, once. And so she ends up inviting Charlotte, but there is a performance afterwards. And so she invites the other two actresses to the performance afterwards. The other lead actresses don't actually end up going into the performance because they're turned away at the door because they're not dressed appropriately. It was black tie, and the actresses didn't realize that it would be still black tie for the performance. They thought it was just for the dinner. And so they end up not going in, and then they go in and do something else. They also didn't have like a change of clothes or anything like that to go back because, as I was mentioning before, they did like this whole performance on the yacht. Like that was the whole point of the cast coming. And the three lead actresses, as I said, they were singing and then they jumped in the water. They were performing to like tons and tons of people at Cannes. There was actors, producers, all sorts of people at this party. It wasn't like it was some small intimate thing. And so when the other actresses go and have their night, Charlotte and Amanda and all the other people that they're at this table with in the dinner part, they go to the performance. And then after the whole evening and the whole performance, Amanda goes to Len Blavatnik, and I'm assuming Len Blavatnik's yacht staff all go to the yacht, and Charlotte McGuinness goes with them. Of course, Charlotte McGuinness, she talks about this a lot in her affidavit, and she's saying this was such a surreal experience. It was so cool because Len Blavatnik also took the three lead actresses on his private jet from London to Cannes, and this is all of their first like roles. It's Charlotte's first role, and you're on a yacht after being on a private jet. I mean, I remember the first time I was ever on a private jet too, and actually probably the first time I was on a private jet, I had about negative $50 in my bank account. But it just is one of those things that it's like, oh my God, this is unbelievable. And they are having this amazing time. Charlotte McGuinness ends up, they're having like dessert and like tea and coffee and stuff like that, because they're there for a few hours up until around like midnight, midnight, to the best of Charlotte McGuinness's recollection, when she's having to put this down in an affidavit 2 and a bit years later. They end up talking for a bit. Charlotte's talking about her hopes and dreams, and I'm sure listening a lot to a billionaire, and Amanda goes, who's very successful in the music industry. I would be all ears myself. Of course, it's a billionaire's yacht. There's a piano and everything was set up for people performing and singing because a few hours earlier, the 3 lead actresses from the Deb had performed different songs from the musical. And so Charlotte ends up playing like a few songs on the piano and singing, and then they end up going back to their hotels. Len Blavatnik is obviously staying on his yacht, and that's it. Charlotte goes back, goes to sleep, and the next morning when she wakes up, she has breakfast with one of the other actresses, Natalie Abat, and they kind of exchange, oh, what did you get up to last night? And I mean, everybody knows that whole thing. If you're having a chat in the morning, like going over everything and what happened. They have a nice time, have a nice breakfast. They've slept in, so it's a bit later. And then they all end up, all the actresses, Amanda Ghost, Len Blavatnik, and all the other people that have come with them as well, because, you know, they've got glam and people like when it's billionaires and all these people that have ridiculous money, there's always like a team of people, like school of turtles that's going with them everywhere. And so they all end up flying back on Len Blavatnik's private jet to London. It's a great experience. They're all really excited to go into pre-production on the movie in September 4th. So that's the version of events if you are anyone else but Rebel Wilson. Rebel Wilson's version of events are very different. They do begin in a similar fashion where they all go to Cannes and this performance happens, but Rebel, when she's describing it in her affidavit, she claims a much more sinister vibe, and she claims that Charlotte later told her that she had been separated from the other cast members and had been taken to a party that the other cast members, Natalie and Stevie, could not get entrance to, and that Amanda Ghost had taken her back to Len Blavatnik's yacht and that she had performed for Blavatnik and Amanda Ghost until 4 a.m. Charlotte says she has no recollection at all of this conversation with Rebel and that she had only told Natalie about her night, which we discussed. She says that in no way did she feel forced or pressured to go to the party, to go back to the yacht, and that the whole way that Rebel is presenting this is wrong. Rebel also claims that she said that she felt uneasy about her evening that Charlotte had and that it was inappropriate and unprofessional, and claims that she raised this with Charlotte. If you watched my original video about Rebel Wilson, you probably picked up on her familiar tactics here, where Rebel will take elements of the truth, like, yes, the other actresses couldn't go into the party because of their dress code, but Rebel will take these things and, in my opinion, twist and manipulate them so that they come across in a totally different way. And in my original video about Rebel, I gave examples like she would be asked questions like, was your birth name Rebel? And she'll say things like, oh, well, in school, I went by my middle name Melanie because it wasn't great to go to this private Catholic school being called Rebel. And she did technically go by what is now her middle name, Melanie, in school because that was her name. She was born Melanie Bones. And so it's that sort of, in my opinion, manipulation of a lot of stuff, and you're going to see this time and time and time again. And we all know situations and stories that if you told them in a certain way, you can make them sound so different than what actually happened. Like, for instance, maybe the situation that someone might end up in a massive penthouse bath in their bathing costumes together. So while Charlotte's court case was happening, she actually ended up doing 3 affidavits to counter what has been said by Rebel in certain things. And in one of her other affidavits, Charlotte completely says this is not what happens and it's being totally reframed. And so I'll read directly from what Charlotte said. To the extent that Rebel is intending to suggest that Amanda forced or pressured me to go to the party or back to Sir Blavatnik's yacht, that suggestion is wrong. Rebel also alleges that she felt uneasy because the thought of my evening on the 24th of May, 2023 sounded inappropriate and unprofessional. Rebel never raised that with me, although Rebel does claim that she did. So everybody is back in London. They're recording. At one point, they actually rent the Abbey Road studio to record because it has this orchestra room that they need for certain music on the dep. I'm like so not a music person. I know like nothing about music. I'm like a Spice Girls, Adele, and Britney Spears girl, and like honestly, I don't even really like listen to music like ever. I don't really tell people that much because it sounds so weird, but I'm like YouTube to my bones and audiobooks and podcasts. But this orchestra room is necessary according to all of the people who are very accomplished in music and in charge of the music on this production, not just Amanda Ghost. And I raise this because there are many things like this that happen throughout the production. They make total sense. There's no issue. There's no paper trail or other trail saying, why are you spending money on this? Why are you doing this? But then all of a sudden, when all these lawsuits start happening, there's all these issues that Rebel says shouldn't have happened or were done maliciously. So they're in London for these few days. Obviously, it's very expensive to hire a studio, so it's just a couple of days that they're doing this. And Rebel claims that she has this conversation with Charlotte about being taken back to the yacht until 4 in the morning and all this stuff. But they then, one of the nights, like the 27th, that towards the end of this time that they're renting the studio, Rebel and the two other lead actresses and some other people involved with the production end up getting tickets to go see Oklahoma. And Rebel says to Charlotte, oh, I might be able to get you another ticket if you want to come. Like, this is when they're about to leave the studio. Charlotte says, oh, that's really kind, but I'm actually going to wait for Amanda to finish recording because, of course, Charlotte is getting a record deal with Amanda's company, Warner Music, who Len Blavatnik also owns that. And Rebel is also getting a label through Warner, or that is the thought that's going to happen, and she's going to call it Rebillionaire. And the understanding is that if Rebel had this label, that Charlotte and one of the other actresses would be offered deals that would be on Rebel's label through Warner Music. And so Charlotte says, you know, I've only got this finite amount of time to speak to Amanda about this, and I'm going to wait for her to finish and probably see you later. So Amanda finishes, and Charlotte and Amanda and a couple of other people end up going to dinner. And the other thing to keep in mind too is that even though I'm saying like, oh, Rebel and the other actresses, there is so many other people around. I think that's one thing that doesn't really translate well when you see movies and TV shows, like the production side being replicated on the screen. It's a bit better now, but I don't think it comes across very well how many people are involved with everything. Like the amount of people, especially on sets of like big movies. I don't know anything about the music industry, but from friends that I've asked, you know, there's a lot of people, not as many as a set for a movie, but that is just one other thing to keep in mind. There is so many other people around, and a lot of the people that were producers of the music or like head of the music and were involved in this production in some other regard, all of these people have also produced affidavits that completely line up with Charlotte McInnes, Amanda Ghost, and Gregor Cameron and everybody else's side, in my opinion, except Rebel Wilson's side. Like they contradict what Rebel is saying. And there's a lot of conversations that Rebel claims to have with people that those people have no recollection of. There is even emails that when you match them up, there'll be Rebel saying, oh, I spoke to person A about this, and she's saying it to person B. And then person A and B speak, and they'll say, oh, Rebel said like you were really pissed about this. What can we do to fix it? And person A will go back and say, what are you talking about? Like, I'm not mad. And there's a lot of text messages too, where when they are in the studio, Rebel will say things to Amanda about, oh, I just walked in on Natalie and Charlotte in the recording studio and they were bitching about you, or they were talking about you, or they're talking about us. And there's lots of like snake emojis being sent in the texts. And it, to me, looks very, very manipulative, especially when you're seeing it back to back to back to back, and you can kind of match all of it up. But to get back to what's happening that night there, and sorry that I'm like doing that jumping around anyway, but there's just so much context to put in, and it is all like the pieces will all come together why there are these little kind of like side bits that it might be like, why are you telling me about all these text messages? But I promise it does all come together. I hope anyway. But when Amanda and Charlotte go to dinner, they are, I mean, Amanda's British, but Charlotte is an Australian actress in her 20s. When she's in London, she's just using Wi-Fi. I mean, I now like get an eSIM and stuff, but even a few years ago, like that wasn't a super common thing when people travel. And also, when you're an actress in your 20s, probably not making a whole lot of money, and you're in a recording studio all day where you have Wi-Fi, you're going to be in a hotel sleeping at night where you have Wi-Fi, like of course, like it makes sense to not pay for data or roaming or something. And so she is just reliant on Wi-Fi. And so when they go to dinner, Rebel has actually texted her saying, hey, I got you an extra ticket. I've left it at the box office. And so Charlotte doesn't see this until she returns to the hotel that night. She ends up seeing a text message from Rebel, which I'll put on the screen, that is saying, it was very rude of you to not get the ticket. Not a great start to our working relationship. And I know, dear viewer, you might be thinking, wow, you're putting a lot of emphasis on this text message that I would not send a text message like that. And if I received a text message like that from a well-known actress who was the director, producer, and starring in my first movie that I was doing, I would probably not sleep for the rest of the production. I would get extreme anxiety getting a text message like that. Is it the worst text message in the world? No, but I don't think it's very nice. And especially taking in all the context that I'm saying about the position she's in and stuff. So Charlotte is clearly not feeling great about that. I believe this is a major factor in what happens through the rest of this case and all of what's going to happen. There are definitely other pieces, but from everything that I have read about Rebel Wilson, I cannot emphasize enough how much, not even slights against her, but things that she perceives as slights against her, how insanely overblown she makes them and takes them. Because in a little bit, we're going to get into the smear campaign that, in my opinion, and my opinion only, was orchestrated against Amanda Ghost. And there's a lot of information that, again, in my opinion, points to Rebel Wilson being the orchestrator of the instructions to create this smear campaign. And the people who were employed to allegedly create this smear campaign, they even between one another text each other about how awful Rebel Wilson is. The people orchestrating the smear campaign are saying this. Like, I cannot emphasize that enough. And they also talk about how she's fucking nuts. Like, that's a direct quote. And also how any sort of slight against her, she absolutely blows up. And there is a lot of other history of this too. She has been in so many legal situations. There was the whole thing where she sued the Australian magazine for defamation, and that defamation case got a twist in the mainstream media, which I suspect was not just a natural thing. I think that there was some string pulling to put a lot of the stories about that defamation case out. I do go over that fully in my Rebel Wilson, like the video just about her. But basically, she had this defamation case against this Australian outlet. she ended up winning millions, but then had to pay it back, had to pay their 80% of their legal fees. And then the amount that she was left with, I don't think that she would be in the positive when you factor in her legal fees. Like, I think it would have been a loss for her, or like maybe break even. But she also, yes, technically she won the defamation suit, but the things that were brought up in that case, like, she wasn't born rebel. She wasn't, because of the technicalities of defamation and the way the case was. Technically she won, but there's other cases that have been very, very buried, especially this one that I actually cut it from my original video because I thought, oh, I'm going too much into these other cases, and I wanted to put some stuff from like celebrity world rather than like lots of legal stuff. But she had this defamation case filed against her from a Australian journalist who actually was a journalist for like a garden magazine. And another journalist with the same name, Elizabeth Wilson, had contacted Rebel Wilson's grandmother. And again, here, I'm going to tell you what happened from the Rebel point of view and then tell you what, in my opinion, actually happened. So, Rebel Wilson's grandmother is contacted by a journalist called Elizabeth Wilson that goes by Lizzie Wilson. She does not work for a company called Bauer Media. Rebel Wilson does not like this, possibly because her grandmother might have discussed her age and her name, but that's my own speculation. So, Rebel, for whatever reason, doesn't like this. And she then tweets to her followers that her grandmother has been contacted by some scum journalist and, in so many words, says, find them, and says they're called Elizabeth Wilson. Rebel is then going back and forth with her followers, really whipping them up. She puts out a tweet saying, we've worked out she actually works at ACP magazine. She puts out a tweet where she claims that the journalist harassed and verbally abused her grandmother, leaving her scared. She then gets a response from one follower saying, here she is, and attaches a profile picture from LinkedIn of a journalist, Elizabeth Wilson. And Rebel then doesn't check, nothing, blasts out a tweet of the picture of Elizabeth Wilson and says, here she is, total scum. As you can imagine, that Elizabeth Wilson then proceeded to get a barrage of abuse and hate and just completely attacked. And within an hour of this, Rebel gets multiple tweets from people saying, this is the wrong Elizabeth Wilson. This isn't the right person. Please take this down. This is an Elizabeth Wilson who works at House and Garden magazine. Rebel doesn't take it down, nothing. She sends out a tweet saying, oh, really? Well, send me the picture of Elizabeth Wilson who called my grandmother over the last 2 days, and I will happily replace it. So then the company of the Elizabeth Wilson who's being harassed, they reach out to Rebel Wilson's Australian agent, and they don't speak to her actual agent, they speak to the agency, and the lawyers for Bauer Media is the company that she works for. They end up saying, this is the wrong person. Please take this down. This is causing a lot of damage and please apologize. They get no response and Rebel Wilson's agent doesn't call them back. Over the next 43 hours, Rebel continues to post horrible tweets, like really attacking this Elizabeth Wilson. Her followers go after her and it's just like an absolute barrage of abuse. And then Bauer Media are saying, we're going to take some sort of action because you haven't taken this down and it's awful what this woman's going through. And after the 43 hours, Rebel then puts out, not takes it down, puts out a clarification where she says, hey guys, clarification to earlier tweet. Here is the picture of Elizabeth Wilson, who is total scum. And then she attaches the picture of the Elizabeth Wilson who was actually working on the piece that did speak to her grandmother. And I will give a bit more information on that in just a second. Then about half an hour later, still no apology, still nothing. She then says, unfortunately, there are 2 Elizabeth Wilsons who have worked for ACP magazines in Australia, now known as Bauer Media Group, which is not true. My apologies. Kiss. Then 20 minutes later, she says, my utter gratitude to everyone who has been helping with this case. And again, my apologies to the innocent other Elizabeth Wilson. And still doesn't take it down. Nothing. Like, that is unbelievable on its face that that's the reaction after what was done, especially the doubling down. And there was one other tweet that I forgot to mention, sorry. Not only the tweet about, oh, really? Send me the picture of the right Elizabeth Wilson, but she actually puts up another tweet that says, the lawyers who represent these dodgy tabloid journalists who write utter crap on a weekly basis are now telling me I have the facts wrong. So, what actually happened here in this 10-year-old case that, to me, speaks volumes to what we are discussing in this video? Rebel Wilson's grandmother was contacted by a respected journalist called Lizzie Wilson, who does not work for Bauer Media. She works for a website called Mamma Mia, and she then went on to be totally attacked. Cannot imagine what those women went through, like being attacked like that. And Lizzie Wilson contacted Rebel Wilson's grandmother, whose information had been made publicly available, because she had been commissioned by, to quote her, a very respectable publication to write a profile on Rebel Wilson. And Lizzie Wilson also said that the conversation with the grandmother was very pleasant. Later, Rebel was talking to her followers, and one, she says that she contacted the authorities over the harassment of her grandmother, and she then said to a follower that it was, sadly, it took social media shaming to stop criminal conduct. And she also then was saying things like, what's really weird is that Elizabeth Wilson is the sister of respected Australian journalists Jim and Rebecca Wilson, who are sports journalists. No reason why she was saying that, but again, I really am laying the foundation here for stuff that you're going to see later, where there are these things that she just throws out that mean nothing, but she's trying to like imply there's some sort of connection or something is like sinister or going on, but never actually says it. And in my opinion, it is also wild to imply that this whole what she did with harassing these two women, that it was a good thing because she stopped the criminal conduct of them contacting her grandmother. But was this the appropriate response? Was this, as Rebel Wilson is saying, criminal conduct that she had to stop through blasting these two women for 2 days straight on social media where they were attacked by followers? And I also want to point out that when she was backed into this corner with defamation and all of that, and she did have to put out a tweet saying that she got the wrong Elizabeth Wilson, one, she didn't even apologize, take it down, anything. She first said, oh, this is actually the Elizabeth Wilson. Then she did say, my apologies to the other Elizabeth Wilson. Still didn't take anything down. And then she also went back and clarified 20, 30 minutes later, actually, it was because there's two Elizabeth Wilsons that worked at Bauer Media, and I would have had no way to know which one was which, when that's not true. The other Elizabeth Wilson, Lizzie Wilson, never worked at Bauer Media, and she had nothing to do with Bauer Media. That story about the gardening journalist Elizabeth Wilson might seem like a silly anecdote, but I promise you, keep it in the front of your mind because it really provides a lot of color to everything that we're going to be discussing throughout the entire rest of the video. So to put us back in London in May 2023, the night before, Charlotte has gone to dinner with Amanda. There is, I'm going to be generous and say, a communication where Rebel said she could try and get her an extra ticket. Charlotte has no Wi-Fi. She doesn't have data because she's traveling. And Rebel sends the text message saying, in the future, it is terribly rude to say you wanted a ticket to a show and then you don't reply or follow up knowing a ticket has been purchased for you. It's not a great start to our working relationship. Please try and be more respectful to both me and your fellow castmates in the future. And so Charlotte is pretty on edge about this, has anxiety about it, and she says in her affidavit, "I was confused about this and worried about what I had done. I wondered if I'd completely misunderstood the situation." Everything is kind of calm over the summer. People are just getting ready for the movie. Rebel is working on another movie called Bride Hard, and there is some issues with this because the pre-production, Rebel should have been having more time to prepare for going into the pre-production, but the schedule with Bride Hard, it seems to me that there was a bit of, oh, we're going to be finished by this date, but then we're actually going to be finished by that date. And of course, things like change and, shooting days run over and whatever, but it does seem like from the beginning that it never was going to finish by the date that the Deb producers believed it was going to be finished by. And so there was a lot of scrambling to try and help Rebel because, of course, it's her first directing role, and there is an incredible amount of prep and everything that goes into this. In the emails back and forth between the producers and also between like the producers and Rebel's agents, there is a lot of discussion about, is there going to be enough time? Does Rebel have enough bandwidth to be shooting this movie and then also starting to direct, produce, star in a musical and all the kind of things that go with it? And I think reading the emails that the producers took on a lot and a lot of other people took on a lot and hired other people and got people just doing a lot of extra to help Rebel and to try and bring this movie to where it needed to be to go into pre-production. The reason I kind of emphasize that as well is because there is going to be a big blow up over the writing credit for this movie. And Rebel was filming Bride Hard at the time in the summer and into pre-production, and then she's doing all three of those roles, and there is so much work, especially on a musical where they're doing all the music. But Rebel also claims that she was doing a lot of writing on the script. To be exact, she claims that she was doing 52 to 57% of the writing of what ended up being the finalized script for the Deb. So the Deb's pre-production officially starts on the 4th of September. One day later is when the massive inciting incident happens that is what all the headlines get their headlines from. And all of the, like, if you hear anybody talking about this story or any mention of it, it's always about this incident that happens on the 5th of September. And of course, I did talk about this in my original video, but there's just so much more information and so many important little bits of context that I think it paints such a different picture than what Rebel purports happened and what you will read in the very few media outlets that are covering this. And we'll get into why that is as well in a little minute when we talk about the smear campaigns and also the most insane background check. I wouldn't even classify it as a background check. I think of it as an invasive I don't even know. I don't need, like, it's unhinged. Basically, it's an unhinged background report that was ordered through a third party to look into Amanda Ghost by Rebel Wilson's lawyer, Brian Friedman. So as we already talked about, Amanda Ghost, Pia Ashcroft, Amanda Ghost's head of music, and Charlotte McGinnis are staying in this 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom penthouse apartment on Bondi Beach. And on the 5th of September, they decide, and this is something they do before this, after this, it's not like a one-off thing. They decide to go swimming on Bondi Beach. And when they go swimming, Amanda Ghost has a reaction in the water. And there are some interesting comments on my video, my original video, and more so on the two updates that I did on my other channel, Coffee Cults and Cats. A lot of the comments very much focus on the way that I describe this, and it's interesting how some of the comments are phrased because they're very reminiscent of the exact language that's in the filings with Rebel Wilson's lawyer and things that were in his letter about this incident. So that's interesting. So when Amanda goes into the water and comes out, like there's wind, it's cold water at Bondi Beach too. She comes out and she has a anaphylactic shock to the water. She starts shaking uncontrollably. She can't speak, and she, prior to going swimming, had said to both Charlotte and Pia that there have been two or so times before that I've had this reaction to going into water. I've gone into water hundreds of other times and not had the reaction, but it's always a very, very small possibility. And she also has this condition it's an autoimmune disorder. It's called Samter's triad. And I actually, on my Coffee Cults and Cats video, had a doctor from the UK who was talking about this in the comments too and provided some information. And then I did also have a couple of people in the comments on the Coffee Cults and Cats video that also had people in their family or friends of theirs that had this type of anaphylactic shock that Amanda Ghost had as well, because it's a type of reaction that's called cold urticaria. And basically, you do have this extreme reaction to the temperature changes, and you will not only be shaking, like teeth chattering uncontrollably, can't speak, but you also break out in like these massive red welts. And so it can be a serious thing. And so Amanda starts having this reaction. Charlotte and Pia take her back to her apartment. And some people will say, oh, well, if it was so serious, why didn't they take her to the hospital? And she has had this happen before. It's very rare, but it has happened to her before. Are you going to go and waste hospital's time when you know how to deal with it? She also phones her GP. Again, she has an autoimmune disorder that's quite rare. And so it's much better knowing how to deal with it, get it sorted, rather than going to the hospital and not being able to get warmed up, because that's the immediate thing you should be doing. And so they also, as I said, like call her GP later on, and the GP, she does actually say, should I go to the hospital or anything? And the GP's like, no, do these things, you'll be absolutely fine. I'm not concerned about it. It seems like cold urticaria. And so when they go back to the apartment, Charlotte, and this information, I have not seen anybody else talk about like the entire what happened. Because if you read Rebel's version, she says that Charlotte was forced to take showers and baths, plural, with Amanda Ghost. And then if you read a lot of the outlets, they will just say, oh, she had a shower and a bath, or they had a shower and a bath together. And they leave out a lot of other details, but there's so many more important details that I didn't even know some of this stuff in the other video either, because it's only in like a few lines of like a few of the court documents like buried in there. We will talk more about this later, but Rebel also ramps up and ramps up and ramps up her claims or her version of this event, even though she wasn't there, as she retells the story over the next 2 years. Like, for example, the latest iteration of her story is that Amanda Ghost said that she needed the body warmth of a young, vulnerable actress to save her life, even though there's never any mention of body warmth at all. And Rebel only starts saying this whole story with body warmth after a very unhinged interview with Australia's 60 Minutes. And anyone who watched my original video knows how much I loved that interview, but we'll get to that in just a minute. So they get back to the penthouse. Pia Ashcroft goes to the kitchen and starts making them hot drinks. Rebel Wilson phones Pia Ashcroft when this is going on. Charlotte McInnes goes into the bathroom and turns on the hot shower and puts Amanda in it. I'll show you pictures of the bathroom. The shower is enormous. The bathroom is really big. The bathtub, 2 people could easily, especially small women, could get in the bathtub and not touch at all. And the entire time that this story is happening, Charlotte and Amanda are both in their swimming costumes, bathing suits, whatever terminology you use. And so Charlotte runs the bath while Amanda's in the shower, and she then gets in the bath and is sitting in the bath. And so Amanda is in the shower. It's not quite like warming her up. I mean, you know yourself, like a bath, if you get in the shower, then a bath, like at least you can submerge yourself, but you would try a shower first if you're like shaking uncontrollably and stuff, and then it doesn't work. So Amanda, when Pia Ashcroft comes in, Amanda then gets in the bath and Pia gives Amanda tea and Charlotte hot chocolate. When Pia comes in, she is on the phone to Rebel and she has it on loudspeaker. And so when Pia enters the bathroom, Rebel, not knowing that Charlotte's there, starts talking badly about Charlotte on the speakerphone. And of course, Amanda's like, go outside. And Pia then takes her off speaker and goes outside. And of course, I mean, that's awful for anybody to like overhear that, but the situation and like the power dynamic and all of that. And I also think that that is such an important point that I haven't seen discussed anywhere. Rebel, of course, the next day finds out that she was on speaker and Charlotte did hear this. And so Pia goes out of the room. Amanda's warmed up. Everything's fine. They spend the rest of the evening at the apartment. The next day, they go into the studio, and this is when it just starts descending into chaos. When they go into the studio, the other actresses are there, and when Amanda goes in, she tells them, oh my God, Charlotte saved my life yesterday because she was the one out of her and Pia who really was like helping her. And Charlotte, I believe, has like a little bit of medical training or knew what to do. And so was really like jumping in and being the one to kind of like lead the helping. And Amanda had also called her husband, Gregor Cameron, who's the other producer, who wasn't in Australia because his mom was sadly in intensive care and did pass away while all this is going on. So keep that in mind. Like over the few weeks that all this situation is happening, like his mom is essentially like passing away while all this craziness is happening. They get put through a lot anyway, but to have that on top of it is awful. And so Amanda and the other actresses, they basically tell them like what happened, and Amanda had said the same thing to her husband and had said, you know, it was so great that Charlotte was there. Like I wouldn't have known what to do without her. She was great. And whenever Charlotte is talking about it too, she even says in her affidavit like, oh, I didn't want to, you know, like center myself at this thing that happened to Amanda, so she just said things like, yeah, like can you imagine if I wasn't there, and oh, it was such a crazy situation. Like nothing outside of that. Like Amanda told the story and they were all like, oh, that's wild, like we're so glad you're okay. And that morning Charlotte had actually texted Amanda saying, are you alive, basically? And, you know, all of it's like in a light-hearted way. Like, she's fine. It was, I'm sure in the moment, a scary thing, but there's no long-lasting damage. They've spoken to the doctor. It's all good. So, Rebel hears about this incident, and Rebel also claims that she did not know that Charlotte was staying with Pia and Amanda at this stage because she says that she was made aware of the fact that it was going to happen in June 2023, specifically when she was on the set of Brightheart and filming. And she claims that when she heard about this, she called Amanda Ghost and said, I think this is inappropriate. This shouldn't be happening. Don't do it. Don't live together. Now, everybody else says that it's impossible that this conversation could have happened in June because no one knew that it was going to happen because the invitation hadn't even been extended to Charlotte. And it's not like, oh, there's a week or something. The invitation wasn't extended to Charlotte until late in August. And Rebel claims that she learned about this and had the conversation with Amanda Ghost in June. So Rebel claims that she had already thought that they weren't living together, which I also find that interesting. And then when she hears about this, she then says that she had a conversation with Charlotte. And just to be crystal clear, the exact quote that Rebel says Charlotte said to her was to the effect of, Amanda Ghost asked me to have a bath and a shower with her, and it made me feel uncomfortable. And in my opinion, there is different stories in Rebel Wilson's Instagram stories, in the Charlotte McGuinness lawsuit, and then the lawsuit with Amanda Ghost, and the letter from the lawyer, Brian Friedman, that wait until we get to that because it is, in my opinion, unhinged. But in the actual affidavit from Rebel, there's no plural baths and showers. That ends up being in like Instagram and like later. In the actual affidavit for Charlotte's court case, Rebel says that Charlotte said, Amanda Ghost asked me to have a bath and a shower with her, and it made me feel uncomfortable. And so Rebel then that night, she contacts her UK agents to discuss what she should do about this. And she says that she saw as her responsibility to ensure that Charlotte McGuinness and the rest of the cast had a safe workspace. So she then, out of fairness to Ghost, she claims, she said that she put Charlotte McGuinness's complaint to Amanda Ghost and gave her a chance to respond and assess. So Rebel asks Amanda about it on the 7th of September, 2 days after the incident, and Amanda says that she was very worried and was thinking, like, what happened? Like, it seems so far removed from what actually happened, and it was this medical incident, and, you know, it really, like, caught her completely off guard. Rebel says that Amanda responded and said, Charlotte McGuinness was, quote, a lying idiot who cannot sing. And Amanda Ghost asks Rebel, in Rebel's words, to contact McGuinness to clarify what Charlotte said to Rebel Wilson. Because she's like, there must be like some crossed wires or something like that, because I just don't, there's no world that I can imagine that she has said this to you. So later in the day, Rebel talks to Charlotte, and Amanda and Rebel have these text messages back and forth that I talked about in my previous video, and I'll show them on the screen, where basically Rebel says, Charlotte says she wasn't uncomfortable, and Rebel says, oh, it seems like she's changing her mind, when either Rebel got the complete wrong end of the stick and is not going to back down that she was wrong or got the wrong impression, or she completely made up out of whole cloth, or the possibility, however slim in my opinion, that Charlotte did change her story. When we get to the end, you can make your own decision about which of these three you think it was. And so Rebel and Amanda, they have these texts back and forth. Rebel says, no, everything's fine. She says she wasn't uncomfortable. Amanda's like, oh, thank fuck for that. Like, she saved my life. It was a weird situation. It's over. She thinks that that's it. Moving forward, it's going to be fine. But then Rebel is like focusing on it, and Amanda and her friend go to dinner that night. And because Rebel is still like talking about it and making it seem like Charlotte did feel uncomfortable, Amanda then is like, well, I don't want to be accused of anything if she's saying that it was uncomfortable and I did something in that medical situation. And like, you wouldn't want to live in the same place with them, because it's like, oh, well, they might interpret some innocent action of me handing them a cup and I like brush their fingers by accident. And so she then says, Amanda says to the production, we need to get Charlotte somewhere else to move. In my original video, I said that Charlotte was moved because Rebel's, at the time, girlfriend, now wife, Ramona, was coming and needed the space, which they did use that space, but it wasn't purely for that reason. It was because Amanda was like, I don't think that we should be staying in the same apartment anymore. And so from that point, because Amanda thinks that Charlotte's making these allegations against her, she keeps it like very professional and doesn't have any sort of, oh, let's go swimming or, go to the gym or something. Because even 2 days later, whenever she thought that everything was fine, they went swimming again. They were going to the gym. So that day that Charlotte moves out of the apartment is Thursday, the 13th of September. So she ends up being moved out because Amanda Ghost is coming back to the apartment. So on Sunday the 9th, so this has all happened that week. Sunday the 9th, Amanda Ghost goes to Hamilton Island until the 13th of September, and it's for like a little break kind of thing, staying in a hotel, having a nice time. And she goes to this hotel in Hamilton Island with Rebel Wilson and her then girlfriend. And when they go to this Hamilton Island, Amanda Ghost is told by Rebel Wilson's girlfriend Ramona that Rebel and her are going to get married. And they have like a conversation about Amanda's wedding, and she shows her some pictures and stuff. Later, Rebel and her girlfriend will claim that Amanda Ghost went into all this detail about sleeping with women and all these other relationships that she's had, and also talked about lots of details of her intimate life, which Amanda Ghost claims never happened. And there's also times that Rebel claimed that she walked in on Amanda Ghost having very charged conversations with the actresses and talking about sleeping with women and all these different things, when Amanda Ghost and all the actresses say that absolutely never happened. And there was only one time that in any way anybody talked about like sexuality and stuff like that. And it was because there's a queer storyline in the movie, and one of the actresses is bisexual, and they just kind of were saying like their sexuality and their story with it and their experience. And it was more the other actress who was talking about being bisexual and the themes of the movie and stuff. Outside of that, there was never any discussion about anybody's intimate life, certainly in the studio. And that little vacation thing, there are later claims by Rebel that there's other allegations, not just the bath and shower incident. And throughout the next several weeks, there is so many emails and text messages and even Zoom calls that I've listened to where the producers and everybody else is asking, what are these allegations that you are making? Tell us what the allegations are so that we can go to the appropriate authorities, so that we can investigate them, so that we can see what they are. And there is a Zoom call not too long after this. The exact date isn't on it, but it seems to be like around 10 or so days after this. Amanda Ghost has left as it was always planned for her to leave after like the music part of things has been done, and or not done, but like the pre-production music stuff has been done, and she goes back to London. And Gregor Cameron then, because as I said, his mum was in intensive care, the Zoom call, it's Gregor, Amanda, and Charles Collier, who is one of Rebel Wilson's UK agents, and another one of the agents that Rebel has at Angela Wood at Tavistock Wood is like a big UK agency. And so they have this conversation, and it's like 40 minutes, but it's probably like actually like 30-35 minutes of actually like them talking. And Amanda and Gregor, so like husband and wife, and all these allegations are being made. They are very straightforward, saying things like, we need to know what these allegations are, kind of in that tone. Yes, but if those claims were being made about me, I would be a lot angrier than they were. And they are very professional. They are definitely like adamant that we need this. We want these allegations today. Like, what allegations are being made? Because there is stuff like there isn't in the court documents, the case with Charlotte McGuinness, but there's other, like, in certain letters and certain claims here and there. It seems like at one stage Rebel was making, or her girlfriend at the time, now wife, Ramona, was making some sort of allegations against Amanda as well, but they seem to have petered out in some of the documentation. But there was at one point some sort of allegations being made. I don't know whether it was just that conversation that happened at the hotel. It stays very vague. In Amanda Ghost's court case with Rebel Wilson, that hasn't taken place yet, but there's so much documentation already out. There is reports by Amanda that when she was on this trip, she also had another bout of, well, almost bout of cold urticaria when she was with Rebel Wilson's wife. And when she has this, she like feels it coming on, and Rebel Wilson's wife helps her and puts a towel around her and sorts her out, and it doesn't progress any further. And Rebel wasn't there when this happened, and when she comes back, her wife says to her, "Oh my god, that was really scary, like Amanda almost had another situation again, but it's all good now." But just to finish up about the Zoom call, you can really hear the frustrations of everyone, Rebel's agent inclusive of that, because Rebel has accused the producers who, through Len Blavatnik, are funding the movie, of embezzlement and theft. And on the Zoom, they also talk about the fact that Rebel's girlfriend had called Len Blavatnik. And when Rebel's agent is talking about this phone call, he's saying Ramona called him because they're really good friends and they talk all the time, and it was just this casual conversation and just happened to accuse you of theft of almost $1 million. And Amanda Ghost then says, we're having this call because Len Blavatnik, this is my wording, seems to be over this fucking shit and all of these allegations and crazy things. And he's asked to have this conversation. And then Amanda Ghost says, knowing that this is being recorded, and I'm sure they had some sort of idea that it might turn into something with all of the allegations being made and how difficult it is to work with Rebel. Remember, they haven't even started to shoot the actual movie yet. This is pre-production. And so Amanda then says, Len wanted to have this phone call because he has no idea why Rebel's girlfriend called him. One, she's nothing to do with this fucking movie, but also they aren't friends. They have never been friends. They've never even had a phone call, ever. This was the only time that he's ever spoken to her on the phone, and it was incredibly bizarre. Again, this actual Zoom call is in the sources if you want to listen to it. It's very, very bizarre, and it's just another log to throw on the fire of the burning of Rebel Wilson's reputation and career if this stuff does actually get out, because there is so much money, in my opinion, being pumped into keeping this out of the media. And I do have proof of that we will get into later as well, with these insane background checks and all the smear campaign stuff too. Throughout the rest of the Zoom, Amanda and Gregor, I'm sure knowing that they still have to shoot this movie, they even are saying, let's just drop it. Let's draw a line under it. Like, Charlotte says there's no issue. There's been emails. Charlotte's spoken to people in person, text messages saying, I did not say this. I was not uncomfortable. There is no issue. And because Amanda thinks that Charlotte has said this, she has been just being very professional, like, no friendly conversation, no going to the gym or anything. And so this like really upsets Charlotte too, because she thinks that she's done something wrong, and so it turns into this like really horrible thing, because it, to me, in my opinion, it seems as though it's all being orchestrated by Rebel to kind of turn them against each other. And one other thing that happened when Amanda, Rebel, and Ramona were on this like mini vacation on Hamilton Island is that Amanda said that Rebel was continuing on from the conversation that happened on the loudspeaker. Rebel was really furious with Charlotte and was the same way she was talking badly about her to Pia. She was talking badly to Amanda about her. And Amanda says that Rebel laid out, like she was in a court of law, why they should fire Charlotte from the production. And Amanda was like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Why? And then Rebel said, oh, well, you know, she's also making these allegations against you. Rebel then started saying that she thought that Charlotte should be fired because Charlotte had broken her confidentiality by speaking to the writer Hannah Riley about the way certain things were being credited on the movie for the songs. And Hannah, who wrote the movie and wrote the play that Charlotte was in, they've known each other for years at this point and are friends. Rebel sees this as an unforgivable crime because Rebel is also fighting this credit for writing. And so it seems like if you read the press and all of this stuff, the mainstream media, that all of the allegations are around this bath shower incident. But there's all these other spinning plates. So the bath shower incident, there's also the writer's credit and the budget. So the writer's credit in the original agreement and details for this whole thing, the whole movie, there's very explicitly Rebel is going to direct it, produce it, and she's going to play the character of Jeanette. There is also this little couple of lines or a little paragraph about the writing credit. And it very explicitly says, which I'll put on the screen, that they will try and give Rebel a writing credit on the movie if the Australian Writers Guild deems it is the case. And they will put it to the Writers Guild. And if the Writers Guild say Rebel can be credited with Hannah Riley as written by, then absolutely they will put this credit on the movie. And there's also stipulations that if the Australian Guild decide that she doesn't get the writing credit, that she'll get this additional writing by credit. But then Rebel doesn't want that. She wants written by Rebel Wilson as well. And so this is the other thing that is constant throughout. And in all her correspondence with the producers, in her letter from her lawyers, in affidavits, in every possible way, Rebel is adamant that the production and Unigram, Amanda Ghost, everyone confirmed, assured that she would get this writing credit. And at one point, there's even like threats of legal action if she doesn't get it. There's even threats of putting it in, and that would mean they're violating the Australian Writers Guild. There's all this massive, massive blow up. And this is why I said that this case is the absolute definition of containing everything that we talk about on this channel, because how many times in videos have I said, I know it doesn't seem like a big deal, but how people are credited in movies, what it says, the way it's positioned, it matters so much, and it feeds into the whole ego, and these celebrities care so much about it. There's countless meetings and contracts and everything about it because, in my opinion, she wanted the written by, directed by, produced by, starring Rebel Wilson. And she is very, very clearly furious that she's not getting this. And there's text messages where she's really, really bad mouthing Hannah Riley. There's all these claims in her letter from her lawyer, Brian Friedman, and in her affidavits, in all other correspondence. There's so much mentioning of her saying these bad things about Hannah Riley, and saying that at one point the producers forced Hannah Riley to bring the claims to the Australian Writers Guild. And then there's other times that she claims Hannah Riley like fucked her over and went to the Writers Guild. And Hannah Riley did an affidavit for Charlotte McInnes's case too. And there's other correspondence and stuff where she's spoken about how disappointing all of this is, because what should have been like this big moment for her movie or stage play being turned into a movie and there being a premiere and all of this stuff, like it was ruined, in my opinion, her opinion, by Rebel Wilson and her antics, because Charlotte and Hannah didn't even end up going to the premiere of like their first movie because of all of this. And there's lots of other ways where they didn't move forward with stuff because it was offered by Rebel Wilson. Like Charlotte was actually offered the initial music contract, as was, oh, she's running around there, as was one of the other actresses. Oh my God, gee. I don't know whether you can hear that. She just launched herself. You can probably hear that. She just launched herself across the room. And it is the middle of the night, basically. But, well, it's kind of the morning. Charlotte McInnes and one of the other lead actresses were offered music contracts, but with Rebel. I mean, that's a dream come true, to be offered a music contract. But they ended up turning it down because they didn't want to continue working with Rebel. And they were actually offered these contracts like pretty early on. Like they had only just started filming. It hadn't been anywhere close to as bad as it was going to get. And they already turned it down. And that sort of thing, like, you don't know whether you're going to be offered that ever again. And to me, that really speaks volumes about turning it down. And the rest of the shoot, Charlotte McInnes and a lot of the other cast describe it as just very, very difficult and being on the edge, you know, all constantly having anxiety and just really trying to get through working with Rebel Wilson. There's just so many other people too that it seems like it was Rebel just going in like a tornado and doing all of these things that just harmed everybody else. And I do also just want to add that when I did my original video on Rebel, anytime I do a video on someone, there's usually people that will send me messages or even in the comments and stuff like that. And of course, like if it's comments and stuff, you have to take it with a grain of salt, like things on Reddit and stuff. And there's also people that email me or send me messages on Instagram, and they will show other bits of, I don't like saying proof, but they will provide this sort of like backing up what they're saying. And sometimes I'll do a video and there might be like two people in the comments who'll say, oh, well, I worked on something with this person, or this friend of mine did a project with them, and we'll give, you know, a story or their opinion. And usually there is quite a fair amount, I would say, like especially in the comments and stuff. But there's occasionally videos where a lot of people will reach out. And I would say Rebel Wilson is definitely in like the top 3 for the amount of response that I got from people. And every single one of them was terrible. And even if you look at what people say on Reddit and other places, and again, it's anonymous, you have to take it with a grain of salt, but a lot of the stories are so detailed and just about such specific things that I find it hard to believe that all of them aren't true. And there's just this very repetitive pattern of people having a very, very difficult time working with Rebel. And what a lot of people said to me, what I've read in comments, what I've read in Reddit and other forums and other people talking about Rebel, is that people give her the title of the worst person that they've worked with, the person that's the most difficult. And as I said, even the people that were allegedly orchestrating smear campaigns against people were saying that Rebel was a nightmare and fucking nuts. And there's even a message that I'll show you in a minute. G is going absolutely wild. And she's very angry about this situation. She has sensitivity, justice sensitivity too. But in just a minute, I'll show you some messages where even the people running the smear campaigns allegedly for her cannot believe how terrible her behavior is. So we have one more wild incident that happens while filming, and then we will be getting into what happens after filming, because it gets even more unhinged. And that's when we're going to go into the smear campaign, the background checks, and also all of the social media posting and the wild claims. So when this Zoom call that I was mentioning happened, a few days after that, Amanda Ghost and Gregor Smith. Hey guys, editing Ash here. I am going to say Gregor Smith a few times in probably like the next 20-minute chunk. I realized in real time this video has probably taken like 8 hours to film altogether. So I realized, I was like, why am I saying it? Because I guess I was thinking of Gregory Smith, the actor from Everwood, which I don't know why. So I'm sorry if I say Gregor Smith a few times, but I go back to saying the actual name of Gregor Cameron. So sorry about that. And pretty much everybody who isn't Rebel Wilson, like even her agents, everybody involved with the movie agrees. One, we need to sign all of the agreements and shareholders agreements and stuff like that, because Rebel hasn't signed any of them, because she has been sending emails to her agent, Charles Collier, and saying, let's kind of hold these back as a negotiation tactic to get the aforementioned producers clause entered in that, in my opinion and my opinion only, was kind of setting a trap for Amanda Ghost, because this producer's clause was, don't do anything that would bring disrepute on the film or any sort of negativity in any way. And so that is a very big element, because they've already started filming. Then they have the issue with the writer's credit, or Rebel's issue with the writer's credit. There's Rebel's issue with what she alleges is embezzlement. And so with all of these major issues and outstanding items, and also the fact that there is a lot of tension and a lot of people are finding Rebel very difficult to work with, so they decide to have this meeting on one of the shooting days in a break, and they go upstairs in one of the production offices, and the meeting is Rebel Wilson, Gregor Cameron, David Jowsey, who's one of the local producers and the choreographer I mentioned, and then Greer Simpkins, who is also another local producer. And this meeting is very different when you look at Rebel stuff and you look at what everyone else said. They talk about all of these outstanding issues. Rebel does sign the actual things that she has to sign for them to move forward and put money into the movie. And then they sign some minutes. David Jowsey is the one who suggests putting together some minutes. There's even an email that I'll put on the screen where David Jowsey said, my idea, so I knocked together these minutes. And then he goes, and this was also a great idea, was he goes to everyone and gets them to sign the minutes as like an acknowledgement. And they move on, go and shoot the rest of the movie. Now, that is not what happened according to Rebel Wilson. According to Rebel Wilson, she was falsely imprisoned and locked in the room, held against her will, and told that she can't leave the room until she signs these documents, and so they were signed under duress. So I'm going to read you an extract from Brian Friedman's letter that he sent to Amanda Ghost and all of their like production company and all the producers, that were all of the claims that Rebel was making against them. And this was when Rebel was threatening legal action, and this was actually before all of the stuff came out about like the smear campaigns and everything. So it's very interesting to look at this letter and what is claimed in it, and then what ended up happening. So we will revisit this letter several times, but just for now, we're going to focus on this false imprisonment claim. But it is, oh, it's an absolute goldmine, this letter. It begins, as you know, Wilson is an exceptionally accomplished writer, actress, producer, and has starred in the highest grossing musical comedy films of all time. She also happens to be Australia's biggest female comedian export. Because of her impressive resume, Wilson was promised, among other things, shared writing credit and a record label deal under Warner Music. The dynamics changed substantially after Wilson caught both Ghost and Cameron committing flagrant misconduct, including embezzling approximately 900,000 Australian dollars from the film's budget, and even more egregious, sexually harassing the lead actress. As producers, Ghost and Cameron leveraged their power and influence to both steal from the film's budget and manipulate a casting couch situation by forcing a young lead actress to stay with them in their apartment and comply with their depraved sexual demands. If you remember also, there was no point that Amanda Ghost and Gregor Cameron and Charlotte McGuinness were in this apartment. Gregor Cameron's mum was in intensive care and passing away in the UK, and he came when Amanda Ghost was leaving and Charlotte McGuinness was already out of the apartment. But if you think that's unhinged, oh wait, just wait until we catch up to more recent times and the claims that's made about what they were forcing Charlotte to do. Wilson reported Ghost and Cameron's deplorable conduct to executive producer Danny Cohen, local producer Greer Simpkin, and the financier behind AI Films Len Blavatnik. The circumstances were so dire that the actress had to be swiftly removed from Ghost and Cameron's premises while Ghost was absent, on a vacation with Rebel Wilson. I mean, I know when I accuse someone of holding someone hostage and all of this casting couch depraved sexual demands, I love to go on vacation with them too. Despite these interventions, Ghost and Cameron have persisted in commandeering, coerce, and physical control of the lead actress for their vile purposes. Following Wilson's reports of misconduct, Ghost and Cameron orchestrated a malicious and vindictive retaliatory campaign directed at Wilson. Cameron, for instance, once physically imprisoned her in a room for 90 minutes to coerce her into signing on a document intended to shield Ghost against allegations of severe misconduct relating to the actress. On another occasion, Cameron held the production of the film hostage and aggressively wielded threats to terminate Wilson and the entire staff, compromising approximately 200 employees, until Wilson, under duress, reluctantly executed a writer agreement that substantially strayed from the original agreement, which guaranteed her shared writing credits. Ghost and Cameron then convinced co-writer Hannah Riley to challenge the writing credit for the film and force an arbitration before the Australian Writers Guild. And there's just a few lines talking about how the Australian Writers Guild are wrong, and even if they do say that Rebel isn't supposed to get the writer's credit, that it doesn't matter because the original agreement said that she was guaranteed it when we've already discussed it did not. And then it goes on to say, in addition to the foregoing, Cameron often resorted to physical intimidation by hurling and slamming furniture with the intent to instill fear in Wilson and strong-arm her into compliance. So that's what Rebel claims. If you are still here, I'm going to do a secret giveaway in this bit of the video because I'm so paranoid about people not watching this video because it's so long and complicated. But if you want to be entered into a giveaway to win a free one of Miss G's shirts, just leave a comment that says silver stars and be subscribed, and I'll do a little secret giveaway, and I'll put a community tab post up 1 week from the release of this video. So if it comes out on a Monday, I'll do it the next Monday. So filming through the rest of production through to December, if you look at what Rebel Wilson says in her affidavit, she's like, oh yeah, Charlotte and I had this amazing relationship, and we were besties, we had no issues. And she's like, she took a picture with me. That's like her proof. And Charlotte's affidavit and everyone else's is like, Rebel, we were all walking on eggshells. She was very rude, very difficult to work with. And again, that's her reputation, absolutely behind the scenes from everything that I've heard and read. And she also, Rebel claims that she was so scared of Gregor Cameron after this meeting that she then employed a bodyguard and security that was with her throughout the entire filming. No one else recalls anyone being her personal security guard. And Rebel also says things like, "Oh, I was so scared that, the other producers, the local producers set up a separate monitoring area for Gregor Cameron when he was on set so that he wasn't watching like the monitor, and like a director sitting in their chair and filming the director chair." And one, that's usual. My experience anyway. I'm obviously never been a director or producer. I wish, but usually the producers do sit separate. I mean, there's certain situations. I'm sure that it's different on certain productions, but usually the producers will sit separate, and there's like a little video village where it's like all the monitors, because the director, like, they don't want to be standing over them, and then they also want to be able to speak freely amongst themselves, and it's not so crowded and stuff like that. That's totally normal. And you're going to see that a lot where in her affidavit, Rebel, in my opinion, tries to claim a lot of things that are totally industry standard, but she's relying on people not knowing that. Like, there's even times that she's claiming things like, and I was getting paid weekly. I didn't get paid all one big lump sum at the beginning. And it's like, that's how it works. That's everybody. I mean, not everybody, like most productions, in my experience, and from speaking to people who are a lot more experienced than me, you get paid on a Friday. That's usually how it is, because guess what? If you give a lot of actors, many of whom are absolutely fucking nuts, a big multi-million-dollar check up front, and then you need to film for 6 months, guess what? Some of them aren't going to show up. They're going to be late. They're going to be nightmares. So you drip it out over every Friday. That is my understanding of how it goes. But it gets much more egregious than just, oh, I didn't get paid at this certain time. And Rebel even sends like messages like, when am I getting paid? Like, no content in the email, just in the subject line. And she has been asked multiple times for her bank account details for her Camp Sugar production, and she didn't send them, and they've asked her for it a million times. And then they even run like a separate payroll to get the money to her instantly. From everything that I have read, everyone seemed to be so accommodating towards Rebel, and her daughter and her wife and her mom were constantly on set too. Her mom is the other director of Camp Sugar, not like a director, like a company director. And her wife, even though she's involved herself in a lot of stuff, she doesn't have any involvement whatsoever officially with the film. And even though Rebel claims in her affidavit she was doing things like hiring security because she was so terrified of Gregor Cameron, in his affidavit, he supplies multiple emails, text messages that are all so nice considering what Rebel had accused his wife of, and later him, but she hadn't claimed that he was being inappropriate with Charlotte at this stage. And Gregor even did things like got her like little gifts. Like he actually got her the director's chair with her name on it, and got her like this little thing for her phone that you can watch the dailies and stuff. And as you'll see when we get into the smear campaign stuff, she's on that phone a lot because she's pretty chronically online monitoring what everyone is saying about her, be it in Reddit forums, be it in the media, and even works to get stuff down, which there's quotes in text messages of her talking about like a Reddit article, and I've even found where it's been deleted from Reddit. So the rest of filming, it seems to go as well as it can with such a difficult person so involved with all the production. And when they close out, they have a Christmas break and then they go into editing the movie in January 2024. Now, as I've said, I'm not a producer, I'm not a director. I've spoken to producers and directors specifically for this video. And my own experience is that when you are editing a movie, you stay in the country and you work on it and you don't leave for periods of time. And one thing throughout all of Rebel's correspondence, all of her affidavit, she must repeat, I worked so hard on this movie 50 million times, and talks about how she's done, these 14-hour days and she got up at 6 a.m. and stuff. And it's like, welcome to the world, girl. Guess what? Everybody's working hard. And I hate this whole narrative of I'm successful because I worked harder than everyone else. And she even has this line in her affidavit about she was working so hard that they digitally removed bags from under her eyes. And it's like, give me a break. They were going to do that anyway. Like, are you kidding me? So when they go into editing, Rebel, like, she has this thing that's like, I was working so hard and I was just working on getting the editing done. And she also mentions after the filming happened, I went on a short vacation and then it was Christmas and then I just went to Los Angeles and then I went to Los Angeles again and it's February. Like, they finished filming in the 9th, 10th of December and that's happened in that short period of time. So anyway, I mean, these are just like minor grievances I had with reading this stuff, and I have to talk to someone about it. So she ends up, there's a lot of also people, the producers and everybody else involved with the movie is saying we need to get this thing edited. And she also from this point locks out pretty much everybody from being involved with the editing, which is highly unusual for producers that are involved. Like, they're not vanity producers, and she just refuses to let anybody be involved, anybody see anything, and they still have like a lot of work to do. And they set up test screenings because Rebel asked them to. And then in her affidavit, she's saying that they were trying to like undermine her and they were trying to criticize her by doing this, when again, that's totally normal. And they set it up through like a proper company that does test screenings. Actually, when I was in my early 20s and doing my undergrad at University of Tampa, I used to manage I managed a few AMCs in Tampa, but the biggest one was Veterans Expressway. It's like a big 24 screen one. And we used to do test screenings every Monday. And it's, they do them and they always have like a little survey afterwards. It's usually free, so it's always packed. And usually there'll be like a wait list for people if they don't show up. And sometimes they'll have like standby and things. So totally normal. And they will do even earlier test screenings when they're trying to work on the cut of stuff, especially a situation like this where it's a first time director and all of that. So it's not unusual by any means. And they are trying to, in any way, speak to Rebel about like the cut because it's too long, but she shuts it all down, doesn't let anyone into the edit bay whatsoever. Now, also at this time, Rebel has started to seek out people that she thinks have issues with Amanda Ghost and Gregor Cameron. And she does eventually send this email to Len Blavatnik saying that Amanda and Gregor are embezzling and stealing from him and all the other claims that we've talked about. And she provides this list of 20 people that it's blacked out in a lot of stuff, but I did find it in the actual Amanda Ghost lawsuit that's going on, unredacted. And I'm trying to make my way through that one as well because I really want to cover that one. Maybe on the other channel if this video doesn't do very well. But it is so expensive to get all of there's just so many documents. So I'm trying to find if they've been like posted elsewhere and stuff like that. And I will will use the proceeds from this video to get them. But in that one, you can see like the total list, and there's people like FK Twigs, which was the first person that Rebel reached out to and got text messages from and all of that stuff. And the other people, it's 20 people, and going into the whole background of them and Amanda Ghost and stuff like that. I mean, this video is extensive already, and I'm sure there are some people that have legitimate issues, like I was mentioning about Sarah Bareilles and stuff. I don't really know too much about her. I really like her in Girls 5 Eva, which is a great show on Netflix that doesn't really get a lot of attention. Highly recommend. But there's people on that list also, like Brett fucking Ratner. If Brett Ratner has an issue with Amanda Ghost, like that's actually a positive for me. So I also find it very interesting that Rebel in this list that she provides to Len Blavatnik is like, oh, these people have issues with her. But then there's other instances where Rebel literally is saying that her affiliation with Brett Ratner is like sketchy, but Rebels reached out to him and got it's just there's so much contradictory stuff like this. I honestly could make this video 12 hours to go through everything line by line, but it is absolutely insane. Like, she literally will try and convince you that the sky is green and the grass is blue. There then starts to be this whole thing over the premiere at TIFF, which is the Toronto International Film Festival. And this is when all of these issues really entered the public consciousness, because this is when Rebel posts on social media about all of these claims. And she also posts her video where she says, I'm trying to premiere the movie at TIFF. I've been offered the most prestigious spot, or one of the most prestigious spots at TIFF, and the producers are refusing to release the movie, and I'm being sabotaged and all this stuff. Again, the whole video is linked below because of copyright and stuff. And I don't want to really put clips from them in, but she really like names them, everything. There's so much stuff that I'll show you on the screen, all the stories she puts out about them, and these are like 20 slide stories long. She goes over the whole thing with Charlotte and Amanda Ghost, and in the first video, as I said way earlier, she makes it sound like it's a male producer, and then later does name that it's Amanda Ghost and Gregor Cameron, accuses them of everything that we've talked about, the embezzlement, all of that, yada yada. So Rebel, and Rebel alone, without talking to anyone else, submits the film for TIFF, and she likes to point out in her affidavit that she shouldered the entire cost of this submission. Another point of the million where I think she's trying to rely on people not knowing that TIFF costs about $90 to put it in. I think the multimillionaire can swing that. And I'm sure she put it through her company. Contrary to what Rebel believes, the other producers do want the film to premiere because they've put the money in, but Rebel believes that they are willing to set alight 21 million just to get back at her. That's actually what she says in the 60 Minutes Australia interview that she does over this whole catastrophe with the amazing interviewer Tara. So when the movie is submitted, the producers' worry is that it's not ready, and things like it's still running too long and there's work to do. That's a minor concern. The main concern is that despite what Rebel claims, it wasn't offered the most prestigious or one of the most prestigious slots. It is, regardless, like, I've certainly never had any movie premiere at TIFF. It's a very good thing for your movie to be offered a slot at one of these festivals. I'm not saying that, but you have to weigh up the costs of these things, certainly when it's not your checkbook on the line, which Rebel never seems to be bothered about anyone else's money, only her own. And so when they're putting this movie in, they get offered the closing night slot. TIFF, the second week, most people that would be purchasing a movie, they're gone. They're not there. The closing night slot is, there's even articles about this. This isn't just like me or like people that I know saying this. This is literally often called a poison chalice because it's seen as such an expense to send everyone and do all the promotion and everything about it. And there's not really that much benefit to it. In her affidavit, Rebel describes in detail about when the movie was accepted at TIFF and then going to Danny Cohen, who is the higher up at Len Blavatnik's. He actually used to be head of the BBC, so he's very experienced. And she says that the movie's been accepted. And in the affidavit, she said, instead of accepting it on the spot like I expected him to, he said, wait, we might not approve this. Mr. Cohen said he would need to obtain instructions from AI Films. I was shocked by this. For months, Mr. Cohen and I had discussed how TIFF was the perfect place for the deb to premiere. And now, having been offered such an amazing opportunity, Mr. Cohen did not accept the offer on the spot. I found this strange, deflating, and concerning. Again, it's the spot. It's the second week. They're going to have to weigh up whether it's worth spending all of this money when they're most likely not going to get a buyer from it. So Rebel is not happy with this. She's not happy with being told, hang on a second, let's weigh the pros and cons. And she is offered the spot at TIFF on June 28th, which is a Friday. She has the conversation with Danny Cohen on June 28th, the Friday. On Monday, July 1st, she very, very dresses up the fact in her affidavit that she circumvented everyone and sent an email to TIFF copying everyone in saying, we accept, see you there, we'll take the closing night. And then again in her affidavit, dresses and dances around the fact that she just said fuck you to everyone and just sent this email. What also Rebel doesn't mention is the fact that they're very worried about a lot of their reimbursement from the Australian government being paid back. As I mentioned, they were getting 40% back in like these tax credits. And the reason that was in jeopardy was, shockingly, because of Rebel, which she also leaves out of the affidavit, because the Australian Writers Guild, all the situation with that. See, I promise you it all does matter. But the Writers Guild, because Rebel was just going to say screw it and their decision didn't matter, and she was going to go in and put written by Rebel Wilson. And so now that you have that context, I want to read you out what she says about this situation in her affidavit, and you can decide whether you agree with me if this is one of the examples of the thousands of situations and times that there is severe manipulating of the situation. So she says in her affidavit, on the 3rd of July, 2024, I received an email from Mr. Cohen confirming that AI Films withheld its permission for the film to premiere at TIFF because of what is described as so many outstanding issues, now including AWG's warning on the withdrawal of the Australian tax credits. This email was in response to a question I'd asked during the course of confidential settlement discussions, because then Rebel is asking to be bought out of the movie. I wonder why she's doing all of these things. Then she says, I was appalled by the decision by AI Films and found their reasons for non-acceptance of the TIFF offer nonsensical. I've never heard of the AWG stopping tax credits that were accurately applied for. Because no one else would do what you're doing and just go ahead with putting yourself as the writer when they've said no. All tax credits for the film were never in jeopardy and were all on track to be received. Can we get some proof of that, or just your opinion there? Aside from being completely at odds with everything Mr. Cohen and I had spoken about in the 6 or so months prior to TIFF, I considered the non-acceptance of the TIFF offer was plainly a decision that was not in the best interest of the film. All the biggest movie stars in the world had films premiering at TIFF that year. I found it outrageous and spiteful that they refused to accept the TIFF offer. So then she goes and posts her video where she says the movie's being held hostage because, quote, of these fuckwits, and they're holding it hostage because there's all of these issues, such as them embezzling, the holding her hostage, and all of the inappropriate stuff with Charlotte, which she leaves vague but makes it sound very, very awful. Like, makes it sound like there was lots of sexual harassment and all of this appalling behavior. And so this, along with some things we've already discussed, but especially some things we're going to go over now, is just why I said at the beginning of the video how this is a perfect case for all the stuff that we talk about on this channel, because most people seeing that video on their Instagram, they're going to be like, oh my God, this is awful that she's worked on this movie and they're holding it hostage. And what were these producers doing? And this is actually what's going on behind the scenes. There's so, like, context isn't even the word. Like, it's a completely different story. And that is why it is so dangerous when you have these, in my opinion, horrendous people made famous, made rich, made powerful, and they can put videos out to 11 million people. Like, when I was taking screenshots for this, like, there's people like Viola Davis had liked that video, and they probably don't know all of the context behind it. And it's just incredible to me how damaging it can be for anyone else that interacts with one of these people that is a terrible person that's been put in this position of money, power, and fame. And I know that's like the most basic statement in the world. I mean, most people who are multi millionaires are not great people, because you have to be an awful person to become that. Like, you can, you definitely can't become a billionaire, or like even like a 10 millionaire, because you have to step on people, you have to screw people over to get into that position. Case in point. But with celebrities, there's this other angle, because yes, people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos have people that really admire them and rally for them, but celebrities, it's so different. And that parasocial relationship that people have with celebrities that are so ride or die. And I've even seen people in my real life that I've been talking to about this case, and or even people that just trying to get general people's opinion that don't have the backstory. I sent the 60 Minutes interview and other things to friends of mine, and there was some people, especially someone who I'm friends with in Australia, totally believe what Rebel's saying, and that's all they're seeing is these videos. Again, I can't imagine what Amanda Ghost and Gregor Cameron and all these people went through, especially Charlotte McGuinness. And that is one of the main primary reasons I wanted to do this video, even if there's only 10 people still watching at this point, because I just think it is absolutely appalling that this has happened to anyone that this would happen to, but someone that's very talented, that's working hard to get into the industry, that has got this amazing opportunity. And that now, I mean, you go on her Instagram and stuff like that, and even if you read her affidavit, it is so horrible. Like, it was so upsetting to read her affidavit and just see how much it has affected her and her mental health, to have a well-known celebrity speaking about her and saying these things, and even reading other people's affidavits. The writer Hannah Riley's, reading her friends, her boyfriends, other people, and the things that they say, it's honestly like, it hurt my heart reading it, and just saying how it's affected every aspect of her life. And she doesn't want to go out when she's at home, like even walking down the street, because it's all people want to talk about, and that people have this impression of her now that she has basically been like a prostitute. And she even says this in her affidavit. And I know that Charlotte didn't have anything apart from Rebel using it as like a weapon, the claims in this video, but it all feeds into this. And it just really, like, it's so frustrating. It really is. And as I said, I could make a 12-hour video about this, and probably even longer, but I know and I say this in videos sometimes, I know in my heart of hearts that videos like this, like, they're not videos that are gonna get some crazy view count because people, they don't want to hear all of this. Oh, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. But anyway, I'm just rambling about how it's frustrating that people won't read court documents. But anyway, let's move on to even worse. Gets even worse. Oh god, it's gonna get even worse now. So the movie does premiere at TIFF, and as I said, Charlotte and Hannah, like, they don't go, which is sad in itself too. And Rebel is not done yet because this really is when everything starts going absolutely ballistic. Because, as I said, she, over the course of the first half of 2024, is collecting all of this 20 list of people that have issues with Amanda Ghost, and she's going to Len Blavatnik and has a meeting with him in LA saying Amanda and Gregor are stealing from you and all of the other claims. And then at the same time, she has enlisted the help of her lawyer, Brian Freeman. And we now enter the alleged smear campaign saga, and also this background check that I've been referring to. So this is happening in the summer of 2024, and back at this time period, Rebel was represented by her agent, William Morris. She is no longer with William Morris. Just to be super transparent too, I am being represented by them. I'm like a little YouTube fish, so I've never had any conversation or anything like that about, I mean, they never would speak about their clients, obviously. You know me, I'm too open about stuff. So Rebel offers her help from certain other people, that is people like Barbara Broccoli, in order to sell this movie. And this is another thing that she brings up, that the producers were trying to stop the selling of this movie, and this is why she's saying that she needs to be bought out. We will talk more about this allegation about Rebel Wilson trying to do a lot of this stuff to get paid out for the movie, or to try and pressure them into buying her out of the movie, because they're all doing these terrible things. And Rebel even took out defamation insurance before she started doing certain actions. So she does have a lot of experience with defamation, I guess. So we will talk more about this in just a few minutes. But the other side of this is William Morris didn't want the help from these people because the help was going to cost over 250 grand, and they also would have most likely wanted credit and stuff like that in the movie. So yeah, they didn't want the help, thanks. And they were having some difficulty selling the movie. Rebel makes all these claims about how Apple wanted the movie and they screwed it up and all this stuff, when Apple went to TIFF and they left the movie after 10 minutes. And there's a lot of other fanciful claims that Rebel makes that there's no documentation for, no proof for. And there's so much stuff like this throughout the entire thing, because every single thing that Gregor Cameron, Amanda Ghost, other people are saying, William Morris, other producers, Danny Cohen, the writers, the actresses, everyone has text messages, emails, something that is backing up what they're saying. Or even if it's not the exact thing, there is some sort of conversation that it's like, oh, I can see how this has come out of that. Like the Amanda Ghost situation, when she was saying that Rebel, when we were on this like mini vacation, was saying that she wanted to fire Charlotte. There's a text message where Rebel has emailed Amanda Ghost, like within that time period where they're on this vacation, saying, Ramona says it's not too late to recast, and she sent a picture of someone's Instagram. So another reason that there might be some tensions when all of this TIFF stuff is going on is because that all is happening with TIFF the very end of June into July. And on the 14th of June, 2024, Vince Holden, Gregor Cameron, Amanda Ghost receive this letter from Brian Freeman, Rebel's lawyer. And we already read out the bit about her being held captive, but there is over 12 pages of interesting claims. And there's also, I mean, I've already shown and spoken multiple times about what was agreed the very beginning, the original bullet points for Rebel, that she was going to produce, direct, and play Janet. And then it went into she is going to help write the movie, and if the Australian Writers Guild approve it, she can have a written by credit. If they don't, and this is even in all of the thing, she can have a screenplay by, and if that doesn't happen, she can have an additional, all of that stuff. And it even dictates like who can share the screen for like the producer credits and stuff like that. And in this letter from Brian Freeman, I mean, of course, it'll be linked below. And there's two things that if you want more details on, that I would recommend, and I'll put them at the very top of the sources with a lot of the other like big juicy things that I've mentioned, is this letter and the 60 minutes interview, and also the background check. I think there's loads of other stuff that's super interesting, but these are the most like, whoa. What? So I'm just going to read you out a few little snippets because we're getting to the end of the road. We're getting to the end of the road here. You have most of the information now. I can't believe if you're still watching this, I absolutely love you. But there's things like in point A, of course, the first thing to start on is the writing credit. So this bit says, because of Wilson's demonstrable success in Hollywood, Ghost was eager to arrange funding for the film and partner with Wilson on this endeavor. Nevertheless, Ghost refused to finance a $15 million project led by an unknown writer, Riley. Instead, it was mandated that for the film to receive funding, Wilson would have to assume all writing responsibilities due to her unparalleled expertise in musical comedies. In a bid to procure Wilson's heavy involvement in the film, Ghost promised her a guaranteed shared writing credit with Riley. Ghost also promised Wilson her own record label under Warner Music called Rebillionaire. It was further promised that Wilson would own the intellectual property related to this music on the soundtrack, release the soundtrack for the film under her own label, and she would maintain the freedom to sign other artists, including those cast in the film. People in the music industry, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I just don't think that there's any way that they would agree, and there's no documentation of this, that she would own the intellectual property related to the music on the soundtrack, because even my limited understanding of the music industry, that's not a thing. Like, you license music to a show or to a movie. I mean, even, in my intro, I always use the same music because I'm terrible with music. And I like that one. And it's not something that is a priority for me. But I license that, and my understanding is that that's not a thing. You license music. There's also all these other things that just come out of nowhere, and there is absolutely no trace of in any of these documents whatsoever. There's things like Blavatnik reiterated that as a condition of financing, Wilson must be the writer and director of the project as well as a cast member. Blavatnik knew that attaching Wilson and her notoriety to the film was the only way to ensure its commercial's viability. This is a woman who her last 3 movies have been massive financial bombs and lost a lot of money. The movies before that, significant losses too, but the last 3 especially have performed very poorly. There's more reiteration about this being confirmed in meetings and all of these in-person things and Zoom, that she was going to be credited as the writer. And again, there's no evidence that I've seen for that. And then it goes into, in or around October 2023, Wilson learned that the producers had stolen significant funds from the budget of the film. Shockingly, it was revealed that Ghost and Cameron embezzled approximately 900,000 Australian dollars. There is one local producer, the producer that I've mentioned, Greer Simpkin, who seems to she's not like a major public figure or anything like that, so I don't really want to like go too much into her, but I either think that she's really like taken by celebrity or just doesn't realize what Rebel has been doing, because when you look at all their text messages, like she just believes like whatever Rebel says, even though she's presented with so much evidence to the contrary. For instance, there's a situation with the budget where Rebel has gone to Amanda Ghost and said, oh, there's all these issues that Greer has with the budget, and she says that all these payments can't happen, and that it's outrageous and it's terrible that you're doing this. And so Amanda Ghost goes to Greer and says, I'm so sorry, like, what's the issue with the budget? Like, let's resolve this. And Greer goes back to her and says, I don't have an issue with the budget. And there's just all these other times that Rebel is just like feeding her all this stuff about people, and she just seems to completely buy it. And of course, I don't know whether now that she's seen all this documentation if she feels differently or something, but she is really like the only person, and she's the person who Rebel goes to a lot to badmouth like a lot of people and say like really horrible things about people. And Greer is one of the people that Rebel seems to say all the time, like, oh well, she was there and she saw this and she did that, and you don't ever see her saying anything about anything. Like, I don't see any affidavits, or maybe there'll be more stuff when the Amanda Ghost case continues, because I'm sure there wasn't that much with the Charlotte McGinnis case. Just to add, Greer Simpkin didn't have an affidavit about everything that happened, but she was brought in to testify at the trial, and she was questioned by both attorneys. And just in a little minute, I will get into the absolute insanity that was Rebel testifying and being questioned on the stand. I think I've mentioned already, but you could live stream this trial. Unfortunately, you can't clip it. It is like the biggest travesty, because I would so love to show you guys what Rebel was like on the stand. But Greer Simpkin, she admitted on the stand that when they were talking about the meeting where Rebel was imprisoned, that it wasn't over all of the things that Rebel was saying. She said, no, the meeting was about Rebel not signing the contracts like everybody else had said. Also, the way that Rebel speaks to her is terrible too, because there's this one time that Greer sends out like this temporary list of the credits, and it's late at night and someone else has put it together and she didn't check it because it's just going out to like 15 people or something like that. Like, it's just a mock-up. And she sends it out, and she's like, oh, I was so tired and somebody else had done it and I just sent it, the David Jowsey. And then she realizes that Rebel and Camp Sugar, her production company, Rebel's production company, haven't been put on it. And so she texts Rebel immediately and says, hey, just by the way, I didn't do this and yada yada yada, it's not on there. And Rebel comes back and like absolutely lays into her about this and ends the message with, do not let this happen again. And it's just like it's in the same vein as the Charlotte McGinnis text with the whole situation with the ticket at the box office, that it's just not the way that in any world I would ever speak to anyone. The letter goes into more detail about the embezzling, and there's just like such fanciful claims, and this is the way that Rebel speaks too. Like, she makes these really outrageous, outlandish claims. For instance, Ghost and Cameron often bragged about their ability to skillfully embezzle funds from the creative projects they partnered on. In the case of the film Tetris, they shamefully boasted about falsely representing a $300,000 expenditure as a legitimate purchase of a license for a still photo of model Claudia Schiffer, when in reality they misappropriated the funds for their selfish gain. It's like, no one, and I know that obviously this is like in legalese, but Rebel does speak like that, like when you see claims that she's made. And I mean, if somebody's gonna embezzle, like, are they really gonna sit around like bragging about it? And 300,000 for a still image, like, there's no world on that Tetris movie that was on Apple. Yes, Apple has ridiculous money, but still, that's ridiculous. Like it's all so outrageous. Of course, the letter goes into the whole Charlotte bath and shower thing. And from the point of this letter is when the claims about this situation get really, really extreme. So, what seems to have actually happened is Charlotte has been cast in the Gatsby play that I mentioned, that Rebel questioned why someone that was unknown would be cast in this role, and it had to be some sort of casting couch situation. And so Charlotte is doing this in Boston. It's like through Harvard University. And so she has to do the pickups for the Deb. And it's arranged that she's going to do it at this location. And because Rebel's in Los Angeles, Charlotte's in Boston, and the Deb production stuff is in Australia, it's like a really weird time for everyone. And so Charlotte has to get to the recording studio pretty early. And also going is Gregor Cameron because he's there. And then the other people, the people that are running the studio, and there's other people around. And the day that this is taking place, there's like massive, massive rain and flooding. And so there's certain roads that are closed, and Gregor has to like walk the like last bit to the studio. And so he gets absolutely drenched. And this is like really early in the morning. And because of all of this flooding and roads are closed, the actual like audio tech ends up getting there like 45 minutes late. And it's just kind of a situation where there's been like a lot of like, oh, everything went wrong. And Charlotte, unfortunately, because she's doing this play and it was late, she accidentally slept through her alarm. So she ends up getting to the studio like just after the tech. And of course, they're like profusely apologizing. And because they were waiting on Charlotte, Gregor is like absolutely drenched because he's walked like the last bit to the studio. And so he just doesn't turn the camera on. And when Charlotte comes in, she's frazzled. It's early in the morning. She woke up and like ran straight out. And so they just don't turn the camera on. And it's audio pickup, if anything. It's actually probably the worst thing to have the camera on, because what you're trying to do is match what Charlotte is recording to the actual footage that you already have. And the best way to do that, I mean, I do that all the time in my amateur way. I have the luxury that if it's like a big mistake, I cover it up with B-roll. But and most of the time when I'm doing it, I'm not correcting or like bad audio. I'm fixing one of my mistakes where I've said like the wrong word or wrong number or something. And so they do the recording, everything's fine. And now we go to Rebel's account of the situation. McGinnis remains captive by Ghost and Cameron as she is shuttled from city to city with them, including Boston, New York, and London. In May 2024, McGinnis was required to perform a 1 to 2 hour ADR session for post-production purposes to finish the film. At the onset, scheduling McGinnis's brief sessions proved difficult as Cameron and Ghost internationally inserted obstacles and delays. I would assume, my own speculation, is probably difficult because you're working with those 3 time zones. And I, back on my original channel, used to have a podcast called Drinks at Dana's that was about the L word. And we were 3 hosts. And at that time, the 3 of us were on 3 very similar time zones to those. And I used to record at, my time would be 4 a.m. So I used to go up at 3 a.m. to do my makeup. And I would do that on a Friday and Saturday, because Friday I'd get up for the episode of the L Word, and Saturday we'd record the podcast. After eventually recording her session, Cameron then insisted on escorting McGinnis to the studio and made her arrive an hour late. Even more peculiar was Cameron's demand that no cameras be turned on inside of the studio, otherwise she would not enter the studio. As with all remote ADR sessions, there is always, at minimum, a camera on the performer and the director so they can have effective communication in order to do the job. Again, I'm not a director or producer or anything, but that's not my understanding, and I've been in plenty of ADR booths, and I mean, most of the time it's just the cast member going in and recording. So maybe that's more TV. Like my experiences with that sort of thing is like more TV show. So let me know. And I know there's a lot of people in like film production and stuff that watch it. Let me know in the comments, but I don't think it's anything out of the ordinary, and it's a 1 to 2 hour session too. And I mean, everything else about about the claims is wild too. And then it says, given the inappropriate and harassing conduct towards McGuinness during the filming, Cameron's control over her and simultaneously refusal to let anyone communicate with or see her is highly concerning, to say the least. Also, there's a few different accounts of this ADR session. So there's this letter that was drafted by Rebel's lawyer from Rebel's account. There's Rebel's affidavit, and these are all Rebel's a version of this ADR. And then there's Rebel's text messages to Greer Simpkin, like after it happened, and all of them are different. Some say that it was Charlotte who refused to turn the cameras on. Some say that they turned them off. Some say that it was Gregor that said, we're not turning them on. And so surely if you're telling the truth, it would just be one story the exact same. And especially something like that is the whole point that you're making. It's not some like little tiny minute change or difference. So now we'll discuss the investigation report, background report, and this was actually produced on the day that the movie was accepted into TIFF, which is very, very important because that means that the instructions for this were given before they even definitely knew that the movie was going to get in, but before they even said, oh, hang on a second, maybe we won't do this. So she was already, in my opinion, moving into allegedly, in my opinion, creating a smear campaign against Amanda Ghost. And it seems like, if that's the case, that it meant no matter what, she was going to do this. And this background check is an investigation report, whatever you want to call it. It is wild. It's 50 pages of the most invasive thing I have ever seen in my life. There is everything that we talked about, like they've gone to all the social media of all these people, there's screenshots. There's screenshots of like the ones that I've shown you from the apartment. And then they've gone through and pulled every like Amanda Ghost assistant, like people they work with, and put like all their information. They've gone to Amanda Ghost, like all her social media, Gregor Cameron's, all his social media. I mean, like WhatsApp, Apple, Facebook, Instagram, Google, Dropbox, Skype, Microsoft, Deliveroo. Hi guys, editing Ash here. Normally I would just put the text on the screen for something minor that's like a name, but this, I want the full impact of this for my outside of the UK viewers, which is the vast majority of my viewers. Deliveroo is essentially Uber Eats. So just so you get the full impact of that, Uber Eats is what Deliveroo is. Okay, back to past me. This is how wild this is. And then there's where they've used facial recognition software to find, and obviously I'll put this on the screen, to find pictures where they're like even in the background. There's a picture of Orlando Bloom and Ian McKellen, and you just see like Gregor Cameron's like off to the side and there's like a little red circle around his face. But there's one picture, and I don't know the people in it, they might not even be like, they might just be random people. You can see in that picture that it's like Gregor Cameron, but there's another picture where it's 3 women, and it is so far back, dark, like so hard to see. If this wasn't in there and I saw this picture, there's no way I would have picked up that it was him. Like I'll put it on the screen, but it is wild that it's picking that up. Like that just shows you how they're getting like absolutely everything on these people. And they even find like a review on Google of like a bike shop that Gregor has done, and then the list of his platforms that they've gone through: Apple, Instagram, Google, Dropbox, LinkedIn, Skype, Microsoft, YouTube, Deezer, Deliveroo, Disney Store, EA, ESPN, MyFitnessPal, MySpace, Spotify, Teams. I know I keep saying this, but it is just crazy, crazy, crazy. And through the entire report, they refer to them as the subject, and they have gone through global watch lists, financial reviews, professional licenses, data aggregation. They have public record stuff, all of their last known addresses. They go through all of their assistants, all of their recent projects. They go through recent movies that they've worked on. Sources identified the subject's family members via public records and social media. Following thorough review of collected resources, analysts did not discover negative references to her father, blanked out, mentions of abuse in childhood. This is so extensive and invasive. And then it goes through. So these are some of the titles. This is broken down into the financial stuff and things, like I said. Then it's about Epic Records, termination, Unigram, her assistant one, Olivia, I'll just use her first names, assistant Esme, Charlotte McGuinness, and then other people that I'm not quite sure what their roles or affiliation is, partner Len Blavatnik, then a list of some of the movies, data breaches, they're trying to get information that way, social media activity, the kind of relationships and things. And then it also has a key findings thing where it lists that they've looked into, do they have any arrest record, family members, stuff about their career, pictures of them, educational history, professional history. This thing's over 50 pages. Negative online references of subject. And it's pulled up things that people have said on Reddit, things that people have said on Twitter. There's some articles from Variety, random comments on Facebook, termination, Financial Times article, really creepy stuff about the assistants who, what do they have to do with this? Then there's stuff about Charlotte McInnes, about the apartment that they stayed in, stuff about Len Blavatnik. Then there's stuff about Len Blavatnik and the Weinstein Company doing a film deal. Then they've gone through anything with the SEC, companies' filings, any companies that Amanda Ghost or Gregor Cameron are directors on. Then there's all the lists of all the companies, the incorporation dates, the jurisdictions, the statuses of the companies, and anyone who is a director or associated with the company, the litigation over the Tetris movie, then other associated businesses, and all of those categories as well, including a category that's nature of the business. And then there's board positions as well, digital footprints, data breaches, and it has information about any data breaches that they've been involved in, lots about their social media activity. Some stuff is blocked out, but there's also stuff this is under a title called Instagram. Source identified the subject's private Instagram account blank and several public accounts belonging to her family members and close friends. These include her sister blank, mother blank, and close family friend blank. The family accounts feature photos of the subject at various events, providing insight into her personal life. Recent posts document a family trip to India in March 2023, which celebrated the subject's birthday and the premiere of The Great Gatsby musical. Through account blank sourced also discovered a private Instagram belonging to Gregor Cameron. There's a Google paragraph that says, source identified the subject's Google account through data breach. The account is public and displays the subject's name as GC. Activity on the account is limited to 2 reviews of London-based businesses, confirming the subject's presence in the London area. 3 years ago, the subject left a short positive review for Oriental Rug Services. More recently, 1 week ago, he posted a positive review for Rob's Bikes, a repair shop located in East Ham district of London. The review indicates that the interaction with Rob's Bikes occurred primarily via phone and text, suggesting that while the subject is in London, his specific location within the city is not confirmed. The review also reveals that the subject owns a Van Moof bike. So I'd love to know everyone's feelings on the super invasive investigation report. Then we go into, and we are getting to the end of the road here, we go into that, like I said, is the very end of June, the alleged smear campaign that is orchestrated against Amanda Ghost. So there's a bunch of things that happen in July 2024 because everything kicks off then. The video with Rebel goes up, and that's when Amanda Ghost, Gregor Cameron, Vince Holden, they then launch the defamation suit against Rebel, which she, of course, posts about on social media and tries to make it sound like, oh, I just wanted my movie released, and these producers that I said were doing all these terrible things, now they're going after me for defamation. Also happening at this same time, someone launches a smear campaign against Amanda Ghost. Sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit. This video's taken like 5 days to film, and filming is the shortest part of doing the videos. But it kind of is good that it's taken 5 days because actually, in the space of me filming, there has actually been a big significant development in the Amanda Ghost v. Rebel Wilson defamation suit and the whole situation with the 3 producers going after Rebel for everything that's happened and damaging the movie. And that is that they are definitely going to trial in California over this whole thing because Rebel threw in a very big risk and was trying to pretty much get it thrown out over freedom of speech laws. And the judge sided with Amanda Ghost, Gregor Cameron, and Vince Holden, and they are definitely going to trial. There's, of course, it just happened, so there's like no word yet on when or any indication about when, but I will be keeping an absolute hawk eye on it. So where we left off in our timeline was Rebel had entered the Deb into TIFF. And as I mentioned with that investigation report, that was was dated June 28th. So that was also the exact same day that the Deb was offered a spot at TIFF. So there's plenty of other evidence, in my opinion, too, that all of this started long before TIFF entered the picture and they were offered a spot, because not only was that background investigation report produced then, of course it has to be ordered far before that, but there also was the Brian Friedman letter that was also dated June 14th, so 2 weeks before TIFF offered them a spot. And of course, to be able to draft that letter, she's not just going in that day and the letters being written. Also, Brian Friedman isn't Rebel's lawyer anymore. The PR agency TAG aren't involved with her anymore. William Morris, her agency, isn't involved with her anymore. And there was another lawyer that was representing her in the Amanda Ghost case that's just dropped her as well. So there's quite a pattern developing here. So in the background, in June 2024, the background check, the letter, all those things are happening. But they're also, in the Amanda Ghost case, there was all of this evidence of invoices that were Rebel's invoices with Brian Friedman. And there is pages and pages of invoices over the summer of 2024 and December of 2024. And there's only some little bits that are unredacted, and they all mention Melissa Nathan, TAG. They even have regarding Amanda Ghost, regarding Variety articles. And over the summer, there's lots of articles coming out about this after the producers went after Rebel and when Rebel was posting all of these social media posts. And there is so much redacted from those invoices that, in my opinion, there must have been so much activity going on with this PR crisis. And if it's just what we're seeing unredacted with Variety and the Amanda Ghost stuff, I mean, can you imagine what else was going on? And that's why I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes out in this Amanda Ghost case, because it is going to be absolutely insane. That's my bold prediction because there has already been so much that's came out, and it's absolutely crazy to me that it isn't being spoken about more. I do think an element of it is that it's just so complicated. There's so many spinning plates, there's so many parts to it, so many people involved, and so much information. So July 10th, 2024 is when the Deb producers think they're weighing their options about going to the Toronto Film Festival, TIFF. And that's when Rebel posts her video on Instagram where she names all of the producers, says that they're holding the movie hostage, says about the bath shower incident. But this first video, she very much makes it even sound much more insidious than it is. And you will also notice every time that Rebel tells this story about the bath and shower incident and about most of the things that she's claiming, it ramps up every time. Every time it gets more sensational and just more sinister the way that she describes it. And like I was saying about the ADR session, and you get these very different stories, like the cameras were off, she says, but first it's Gregor Cameron that came in and said, turn them all off. Then it's Charlotte that said to turn them all off. And so you get these very contradictory stories, and it's never the same story. It just keeps getting more and more fabricated. She also says in the video, if the movie doesn't play at TIFF, it's because of these fuckwit producers. And I would hazard a guess that it was a call to action to her 11 million followers. So 2 days after this video goes out, there's quite a lot of things that happen. Amanda Ghost, Gregor Cameron, and Vince Holden decide they're going to pursue a defamation suit against Rebel Wilson. Variety also magically gets a copy of Brian Freeman's letter, and they don't run the letter, but they take paragraphs and sentences and things from it. And when you look back on Rebel Wilson's career, it very much does seem as though Variety is one of the outlets that she always goes to with like exclusives and things. And there has been her trying to say that it was the producers that gave the letter to Variety, but I mean, why would they do that in any world? And there's no one else that could have given it to Variety, in my opinion. It seems like with pages and pages and pages of invoices that she's paying Brian Freeman and Melissa Nathan's tag for, that there was a lot going on behind the scenes. And although there is the odd mention in the invoices of Variety and other little Brian Freeman letters, there seems to be so much blacked out that there was a lot of other activity going on. I think this is why, unfortunately, so many articles covering this story, they don't really care to actually go through all of these documents and tell the full story, because either they know that they can get people drawn in because they can put a juicy title or anything. And believe me, I have said many times, I wish that you didn't have to do that now, even on YouTube with thumbnails and titles, but that is just the way it works. No one's going to read the article, no one's going to watch the video unless they click. But these articles should be thoroughly going through everything and not just giving this vague account. And it's why I can't help but think how many of these outlets were just being spoon-fed information by Rebel Wilson and her PR. Because unfortunately now in Hollywood, that does seem to go on a lot. And it's how the actual real information isn't coming out. It's also why when Rebel Wilson is about to go to court, and even the first few days of her court case, there is nothing on Google but articles about her losing weight and about her wife being pregnant. I am so curious to see what comes out in the Amanda Ghost case, because with the Charlotte McGuinness case, of course, Charlotte was unfortunate collateral damage with the alleged smearing of Amanda. So there'll be much more evidence allowed in Amanda Ghost's case. Although we have the stuff with Variety and all of the websites and everything like like that, I would speculate that there would be a lot more communication with outlets had the unfortunate situation not happened where Rebel just happened to lose her phone the exact week that she was sued for defamation. A wild coincidence, especially for someone who went to law school. And I'd imagine one of the first things that would have gone through her head when she got the defamation lawsuit was that she would have to turn over a lot of her communication. So I guess that's really lucky for her that that happened. So the next month, there is the websites Amanda Ghost and amandaghostsucks.com that goes out. But what a lot of people also haven't really talked about is that there was people actually getting emails about the websites and just these other accusations. So Hannah Riley, the writer of the Deb, she actually in December started getting these emails from these random email addresses like filmgirl75, and it was all at Proton Mail, which is like a very untraceable email. Like it's one of the emails that if somebody's sending anonymous things, you would expect it to come from there. And it was saying the first couple of emails would say things like, I am a person who worked on the Deb and witnessed all of this horrendous behavior from Amanda Ghost and Gregor Cameron against Charlotte McGuinness. And then by the summer, it's more generalized, and there's emails going out to not only people who worked on the Deb, but also to people in the industry, like a lot of people that will just forward the websites and say things like, oh, I just thought you should see this. And Hannah also gets one saying, oh, I thought I should make you aware of this. And I do want to add here, this could be absolutely nothing because I am a little tiny YouTube fish, and I don't think that anybody involved with this would know I exist, but I also think that it would be dumb for them to engage in any way with someone that's like a small YouTube fish, because then giving like my video or anything any bit of attention, it's going to be like a Streisand effect. But I will say, since my Rebel Wilson video, I have got some odd emails, and the emails do seem like they're trying to be helpful, and they're very, very skewed in Rebel's favor. And there also have been a few that have said things that it seems like it's like planting of information. And I got quite a few towards the end of the trial when I'd released my second video about it. But I released a video on this channel, Coffee and Cults, and it's like the big deep dive into Rebel, and probably like the last third or so is about the cases. And then on my Coffee, Cults and Cats channel, I released a video when there'd been probably the first week, 10 days of the live court hearing. And then I released a second video, I think a week ago today. Yeah, so the 11th. And the Friday before, it had been the closing arguments. And so what was that? Like, so a few days before the closing arguments and the day of the closing arguments, I did get some really, really helpful emails though, just to be clear. Like I got some people who sent me the Amanda Ghost documents because, as I was saying earlier, if you're trying to get all of the documents from the California case, like it's so many, even more than the Charlotte McGuinness case, and all of them together. I'm not saying like, oh, they're expensive, like hundreds, like it would be well, probably close to $2,000, maybe even more to get them all. And so that was really great. And people were sending me like other bits of information, but there was probably two that I was very, very suspicious about, because it seemed as though they were trying to say, oh, this is easily all Rebel's going to win this, no problem. And I just reading them, it was very bizarre, some of them. I'm not some expert in comparing language and all of those things, but when I look at how Rebel speaks, how Rebel writes, and again, I'm not saying it like, oh, I'm so amazing, I've read all these things, like it's literally my job. I have read every single email text everything. And just seeing the way she writes, I'm not saying she was emailing me, but seeing how the website was written, seeing how a lot of these other things that she claimed she had nothing to do with, it's a very similar language. And the emails to me could have totally just been a Rebel super fan that was sending them, but I was very, very suspicious of quite a few of them. And there was even people who sent me things that it was all very, very positive to Rebel. So, Rebel posts some more stories during this time period too over the summer. And this is like a shorter one I'll read you, where she says, when an actress on her first feature film is asked by a producer to stay in the same apartment as them and then makes a complaint to me as the director saying said producer asked her to have a shower and bath with her and it made her feel uncomfortable, what am I supposed to do? Of course, I reported it. There is no world where this is acceptable. The fact that this girl has now been employed by this producer in the lead role of the production called Gatsby and given a record label should be all the proof you need as to why she has now changed her story. And so now this narrative starts to come out that it isn't just that Charlotte has gone back on her word. Now it's that she's done it in exchange for a record deal and for this role and for basically to exchange activities for something else. And if you remember earlier, I also mentioned that Charlotte was offered a record deal. And if she really was just dead set on doing anything for a record deal, surely she would have taken Rebel up on her offer. But she didn't want to have anything to do with Rebel. Also, because the producers have now filed this defamation lawsuit against Rebel, there starts to be this flood of articles coming out and posts on Reddit and all manner of things that are just telling Rebel's side of the story and very, very twisting of details. And there's a lot of favoring publications. And Rebel loves to say that she never named Charlotte McGinnis because she gets questioned about, even if this is true, if what you're saying is absolutely true and everyone else is lying, isn't this kind of an awful thing to do also, even if you are in the right? And she just doesn't answer that ever. One thing about Rebel is she's never going to answer a question. And she just says, well, I never named her. And okay, did the words Charlotte McGinnis or the name Charlotte McGinnis ever come out of your mouth? No, when you were telling the story. Well, it later did. But putting a post on your Instagram, an article of the Daily Mail that, in my opinion, you fed to the Daily Mail that has a red circle around Charlotte McGinnis's head and says the person Rebel's talking about revealed, it's kind of the same thing. So by the end of the summer, going into September, keep in mind that they have no evidence from the Lively Baldoni case at this time. So they don't have the text messages and all of the information and metadata and everything showing that it seems highly probable that Rebel had a lot to do with this. And it's just what's kind of in the media and then everything that's happened on the Deb set and these random emails going out and then the anonymous website. And I'm going to read you the text message that Rebel allegedly sends to a group chat that's called Legal and PR that has all of her tag people in it. And the text message, they forward a post that says, is Rebel Wilson a malicious bully? And as I said, I actually found this post where it's been taken down and deleted. And then in reply to that, she says, team, I'm obviously very upset by this. You were supposed to get the negative information out about Ghost and have failed to do that. And now instead, Amanda has yet again managed to get multiple articles out, spreading the absolutely false narrative that is in their baseless defamation suit. From a legal perspective, you have advised me not to file, which is preventing my side of the story and factual evidence to come out. I honestly can't believe this is happening. I have done nothing wrong. I was universally liked and respected by all cast and crew on the film. I have been an absolute professional. You guys as a team are better than Camille. Camille Vasquez is the lawyer for the producers, and yet I am getting slaughtered. This is my life and career here. Something has to be done, in all capitals, now. And then, as I mentioned, the tag employees all kind of console each other over this message and her other activities with them. And also happening at this time, because they don't know, they suspect about these sites, but Rebel Wilson's lawyer, Brian Freeman, also sends Camille Vasquez, I'm going to read you a text and an email. So in the short text message, Brian Freeman says to Camille Vasquez, I am about to blow your client up in a public filing that is all true. This will be your fault for not responding. Trust me, the truth is ugly. So this email, it's actually titled Settlement Communication, and it starts out saying, I have a conflict in today's call with an arbitrator. And so I think that it seems like there was some sort of settlement discussion going on. I don't know too much about it because it's only from context, like emails and stuff, that it seems like that was happening. My suspicion is that there was talks of a settlement, and then when they got the jackpot from the Lively Baldoni lawsuit, because Camille Vasquez she's represented all types of people, but she is a very good lawyer. And when this is all happening, of course they do have all the stuff that we've talked about on the Deb set, and even at this point, if you don't have all of the stuff with the smear campaign, you still have a lot. Like, you still have all the Instagram videos and everything like that. But it's also, do you want to go through all this? Do you want to drag this out in court? And even if you have, and nothing's a slam dunk, but even if you have a really strong case, it's still so much of your life. It's still so expensive and time consuming and stressful. And no matter what, when you're going up against someone who is a Hollywood star and you're like a more behind the scenes person, it's going to be very, very difficult no matter what. But I mean, I don't know about you, but myself, if I was in their situation and then you see the background check, the websites, the emails, and everything else that's happened, oh, I absolutely would want it to go to court, even if it's just to show the person that she is. Because it seems like there was a point where Rebel was trying to just get paid out from the movie, like around the late winter, early spring. Maybe this was always the plan, but it doesn't seem like there was all of the action around like the smear sites and everything else, and even the social media posts. That really kicks in May onwards. So maybe when she realized that she wasn't going to be able to get paid out or anything, then it's when she decided to do all of this. So this email, it has some stuff about rescheduling, and then it says, as for evidence, propound some discovery. I don't think your client wants what we have learned being the subject of a public discord, but so be it. Right now, our cross complaint includes sex trafficking, which can't be good for the film, but it is the truth. I suggest you be prepared to make your best offer, but if this does not settle, be prepared to explain why your client caused the $30 million loss for Len. So allegedly putting out a smear campaign and then citing your own smear campaign to try and push a payout and settlement, when it has been you that allegedly was causing non-stop fucking issues on the set of this movie and has made everyone's life a living hell. So over 2025, there isn't too much really that goes on that isn't similar to what has happened like through 2024. Rebel posts a lot of things on Instagram. Everybody else does what you're supposed to do in a lawsuit and keeps their mouth shut. There just still is these random emails that people get. And it also seems like there is a lot lot of, in my opinion, stalking that goes on, online stalking, or maybe we don't know if they ended up doing more with other background checks or something. But in the end of 2025, in November 2025, there is a 60 Minutes Australia interview that comes out with Rebel, and it's filmed before, so they end up getting text messages from this interview put in the discovery of the case. So you can actually like read all of Rebel's text when she reaches out to 60 Minutes Australia and the producer, a woman named Amelia Ballinger. And it's Rebel just sending, I mean, insane amounts of screenshots. And she sends this WeTransfer folder of that's titled like Charlotte McGinnis social media posts, and you can see like the gigabytes and megabytes on it, and it is so much stuff. And she's still, of course, posting on her own Instagram all of this. And when the 60 Minutes Australia thing comes out in November, I did talk about that a lot in my original video, and there is just no way. I do not understand how anyone can watch that and think that Rebel is telling the truth. But I guess it's difficult for me to say that because when I watched it, I went in with a lot of context. And I think I mentioned earlier, if I haven't cut it, that one of my friends who's Australian did actually, like, literally said to me, I believe Rebel. They have no other context, but I couldn't believe it. I do, in my original video, pick apart like a lot of the 60-minute interview, but of course I know so much more now than when I did the original video, because so much more of the legal documents. But there's just so many things that you again see this like ramping up of the claims, where in her Instagram videos, what she says, it's been enhanced or like supercharged by the time you get to the 60 Minutes interview. And of course, what else has happened by November 2025 is everything from the Lively and Baldoni case has come out. And so she's asked by the interviewer, Tara, who absolute MVP, the way that she asked the questions. I have said this to so many people, and I said it in my original video. When she asks Rebel about the websites and posting on her Instagram about all these claims, it is, that woman needs an award for it, because I seriously, between all these videos and showing people and stuff, I must have watched it 50 times, and I'm laughing talking about it. I just cannot believe that Rebel was the one like pursuing 60 Minutes Australia, like absolutely there. Can we do this? She's like booking Nobu and all of that. And one thing that you really see through these text messages with 60 Minute, I'm not trying to diagnose anyone, but the narcissism in, and I hate like throwing around that word, but come on, it's this whole attention thing and just wanting to not even show off. It just is narcissism. She gets that same criticism, this kind of narcissism in her book. A lot of people gave that criticism to her book. I will talk a tiny bit about her book towards the end, because her book is yet another example of a departure from the truth, because I certainly have never seen another celebrity memoir, especially like a well-known celebrity, where outside of the US, they actually had to black out pages in the book. They were not willing to print what Rebel was claiming, let's say. And the claims that got blacked out was the whole thing with Sacha Baron Cohen. I'm sure people have heard about it, but they might not have heard that what Rebel claimed, that there was like this inappropriate goings on with her and Sacha Baron Cohen, that actually was a really big story. It wasn't true. And thankfully, Sacha Baron Cohen actually had what the day that Rebel was claiming this happened, and that he was inappropriate with her, and like she claimed all this stuff, like he touched her inappropriately and things, and it was actually for shooting, so he had it on film. And a lot of people, they only hear the claim, they don't hear that we had to black out what's in the book because it's bullshit according to the publishers. And her publishers in the UK and Australia and all these places that did the blacking out of the book is HarperCollins. They're the same people who just released the entitled book that I talk about a lot in my ex Prince Andrew video, and they're about to release the paperback in 3 days, where they talk about Sarah Ferguson, Fergie, sleeping with Diddy. And so they are willing to print things if there's sources and these things can be backed up. I have never seen blacked out of a book. Like, that is wild. And just another thing in the questionable column when it comes to Rebel Wilson, in my opinion. I know I've said in my opinion and allegedly like 9 million times, but especially when talking about an active legal case, it's unfortunately just what has to happen. So when they're doing the 60-minute interview and Tara Strong asks her about, well, what about these smear sites that there's text messages saying Rebel wants one of those sites, and then there's voice notes talking about, oh, we can't just say Amanda Ghost is a bitch, like we have to make her a madam, make it really horrible, say she's the next Heidi Fleisch.
Talked about Rebel. Like, here's the deal with Rebel, and I think you, me, and Brian, and maybe Katie, since she'll write this thing. What we have to do is the biggest piece here is that we have to connect Amanda Ghost with Vlotnik. And I was just like, so basically what we need to do is we need to create a path where we expose Amanda Ghost as like the new Heidi Fleiss. Like she masquerades as the reason why she sucks so bad at music is because she's actually getting hookers for Vlotnik, right? And that's what she does. She's an absolute madam, and that's why she's so lethal, blah, blah, blah. But he's right. Like, we can't just do like, oh, she's a bitch, she sucks. It's like, it's gotta be really, really heavy and connected to something that heavy. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
What about this? And Rebel's like, I don't even know how to make a website. And then they ask her about, well, the other claims are that you posted all of these like horrible things and horrible claims about Charlotte McGuinness, and then that you also went to the film's Instagram and posted it there.
Well, the allegation is that you did more than that, that you actually pointed your followers on Instagram to those websites.
And I mean, I will put it on the screen, like, we have it. And she's like, I don't have any memory of doing that. And it's just my favorite clip in the whole thing. And Tara Strong is just like, do you have no memory of doing it, or did you not do it?
That you posted on the Deb Instagram.
I don't have any memory of doing that, no.
Is it you don't remember it, but is it possible that you did that?
I don't believe so, no.
She wanted this interview. She seems excited about it in the text messages. She's talking about, oh, let's go to Nobu and shoot it, and let's go, and all the places, again, going into this narcissism thing, it's all places that you would go to be seen in LA, like the Grove and that, like literally where if you want to be paparazzi, like, you go there. And she's even saying things like, oh, I think they shot Victoria Beckham's documentary there, like, oh, we're just going to have like a cool little promotional chat. And there's also that vibe when she's going to court with Charlotte McGuinness. So to close up by talking a little bit about the stuff I haven't mentioned about the Charlotte McGuinness case, I just wish that you were allowed to broadcast the clips because they are just so wild. But Rebel shows up to court every day like it's the red carpet. She's smiling away, chatting away. Oh, yeah, I'm so glad that you're all here, to the press that's there. And when she's going in, she's saying things like, oh, I'm just so thankful to the Deb cast and crew that's supporting me, which, give me a break. Who? Tell me who. I want names, please, because I don't believe one word of that.
Thanks to everybody, but particularly the Deb cast and crew have been supporting me through this.
I don't think anyone will be shocked to hear that there's also text messages from the PR group saying that a strategy that they have to go to the outlets, and when they're putting all these stories out, in my opinion, planting stories, they all are saying reference that the Deb cast and crew are supporting Rebel through this. So that's where she's got this line from. Also, she'll say things like, they'll ask her like, oh, what about court today? Or when she's coming out, they're like, how do you think it went? And she's like, because I have so much respect for the legal process, I can't comment about it now. And then she goes and posts literally 23 stories on Instagram.
Look, because I have such respect for the legal process, I'm not allowed to comment about anything whilst the trial's continuing.
Hi guys, editing Ash and G here. I forgot to add something. I know I've spoken for hours and hours. Still have something to say. I always have something to say. But Rebel Wilson, this is just another disingenuous statement from her, in my opinion, when she's saying, I have so much respect for the legal process that I won't comment. When I say that she posted 23 stories, I'm not using that like hyperbolically or as an exaggeration. Like, she literally posted 23 stories when this case was going on, and many, many other times. In fact, so much so that she was gagged by the judge from talking about this case, because other times that she was posting non-stop on her Instagram, she posted a picture of Charlotte that wasn't even her, that was claiming that she was an escort and all of these things. And this was very much in line with what was said in the 60 Minutes Australia interview that Rebel did, because they got the transcripts from Tara Brown and the team there, and in it she made the same claims about Charlotte. Of course, 60 Minute Australia was like, we're not going to air this, and even the pictures that she's posting that were trying to insinuate that, it wasn't even Charlotte in the pictures. And they went over this all in a statement to the court, because Charlotte's lawyer asked to gag Rebel and then gag her wife. And I do mention about the story, her wife posts like a story that doesn't say the name of Charlotte or anyone involved, but it's clearly referencing the trial. And so because of that, any sort of compensatory damages that Charlotte would get if she won, that would be factored into it to make it an even higher payout that Rebel would have to pay if Charlotte won. And in Charlotte's lawyer's argument about gagging Rebel, as I said, her lawyer was amazing. They ended up citing literally the 23 stories. And don't forget, this is someone who went to law school. She knows above everyone else that this is not what you do. Every single person who knows anything about legal cases and what you should and shouldn't do, the number one thing is shut the fuck up. And I have a lot of lawyers in my family. The smartest person that I know in my family is a lawyer. And I know that person's first piece of advice would be, don't say anything about anything. And not only the fact, was she gagged? And that is the reason that she can't talk about it. That is the reason her wife can't talk about it. And just when you thought it couldn't get more unhinged, that surely Rebel Wilson couldn't do something else, that you just think, what are you doing? In this proceeding, whether deciding whether to gag her or not, Charlotte's lawyer grants Rebel like 15 extra minutes for some break, like some court undertaking. And in that 15 minutes, what do you think she does? If you guessed, goes on social media and posts a story saying, I will not be silenced. You are correct. So G's even had enough now. She's like, I cannot hear about this woman anymore. But I mean, you cannot make this up. But there's even more. So back to past me. When she's going into court every day, she gives this caveat, especially the days that she is on the stand, that if she seems just a little bit anxious, it's because any day now, and she's like, any day now, I'm going to be having my second child, and it could happen at any moment. I hope it doesn't happen today.
Offering a reason she may appear rattled, with her wife Ramona expecting.
If I seem a bit anxious, it's because any day my second child will be born. So yeah, hopefully not today.
It's not going to happen today, because guess what? Your wife is scheduled for a C-section. So is there a tiny, tiny, tiny chance yes, like it does happen that people go in before a C-section. I used to work for a gynecologist, but it's very, very, especially now, they normally schedule it so far in advance that that doesn't happen, especially some very, very multi-millionaire rich celebrity. It's tiny chance that that's going to happen, especially because her wife was in LA and she was in Australia. What I also found interesting is her wife was supposed to testify via video link and she didn't. And that only happened after Rebel was so, in my opinion, horrendous on the stand. And they went on an extra day because she was so combative. I think that that will have been very strategic not to have the wife testify, because they were able to get out of it by saying, oh, she's very heavily pregnant, even though I've never been pregnant. I know people that have had horrendous, very difficult pregnancies, but she found the strength to be able to post a story on Instagram that didn't call anyone out by name, but it was Dory from Finding Nemo that was like, oh, I've forgotten, or my memory's terrible, or I've forgotten what I don't know, or something like that, which I find absolutely hilarious because everybody else had very good recall. The only person who didn't have good recall was Rebel Wilson. She couldn't even recall stuff that there was proof of her doing, like posting stories on the movie The Deb's Instagram, subtly accusing the star, Charlotte McGuinness, of racism and cultural appropriation, so much so that the store that Charlotte bought her dress from, where Rebel was saying it was cultural appropriation, this dress, the store even came out and defended Charlotte and was like, no, you're wrong. That is nothing to do with what you're saying. And not only did everybody else have very good recall, everybody else's story was very consistent with one another. And I did have quite a few people in the comments of my last video saying that, sorry, my back is getting really sore filming for so long. And, oh, oops. I had some comments in the video last time saying that Rebel was the Australian Ellen and the Australian James Corden. And I think my last video I called her the female Jonah Hill, which honestly all of those fit. Maybe we should have a mortal enemy of the channel male and mortal enemy of the channel female. I'm going to think about that, but most likely that's what we do going forward. So some other huge things that I haven't mentioned that came out in the court case was Rebel was accused of hacking Charlotte McGuinness's Snapchat, taking one of her intimate pictures and sending it out to every single person in her contacts. And that happened 2 days after Charlotte McGuinness filed her suit against Rebel. And when Rebel was asked about this on the stand, of course, the lawyer, who Charlotte's lawyer was fantastic, she said to her, you're accused of doing this. And she doesn't answer. She goes, it's absolutely ridiculous and complete nonsense that you're accusing me of moonlighting as a hacker. And it's that sort of thing that it's just so, honestly, now that I've said this, you're never going to be able to watch her answer a question in the same way ever again. A very big thing about the Charlotte McGuinness case that I think will be a factor in the producer's case and Amanda Ghost case is the fact that Rebel claims that she just happened to lose her phone in the same week that the smear sites came out, the producers filed the lawsuit against her, Charlotte filed a lawsuit against her, the background check, like everything in July 2024, and she oh so sadly and magically lost her phone too. So they weren't able to recover any of her WhatsApp or any of her messages. So of course the text messages with her on them that we do have are all from the other people's side, and even like the producer of 60 Minutes side. None of it is from hers. And so all of the messages with tag, and I think the Brian Freeman ones would probably be lawyer protected communication. But yeah, there's so many that apparently aren't able to be recovered. And incredibly sad that she won't have backed up her phone at all. Not like she is a Hollywood celebrity that wouldn't be paying like $1.99 to back her entire everything up, and not like she has a small kid or anything that she's probably taking loads of pictures of. So also incredibly odd. So now for the most important part of the video, the sum up and what's going to happen with the Charlotte McGinnis case and the producers and Amanda Ghost case. Rebel Wilson has been telling us who she is for well over a decade. In my original video, I told you all about her other shitty behavior that I haven't even mentioned here, like her scummy, unethical partnerships, promoting things like Noom, which they actually ran ads for on my original video. So apologies if you see any of them in this one. Also, full body MRIs, which scum. Rebel has spent her entire career divorced from the truth and reality. She's been manipulative about everything from even her own name, her age, her siblings' name, her upbringing, and even claiming she's related to Walt Disney, which, despite being looked into extensively by journalists, no one has been ever to find one shred of anything that points to this. And Rebel herself has never produced anything, despite when she was asked about it in a court of law. And I'm sorry, but I'm not taking her word on anything. There is actually a Disney story involving her that I cut from my original video that I think really exemplifies why she thinks she can get away with everything and why celebrities often do. Rebel is a very frequent Disney person. I think she even calls herself a Disney adult, and she is really intense about it. She even got engaged at Disney, and just like the whole narcissism thing, when she tells the media about it, she spends most of the time not talking about the engagement, but talking about how she's this big celebrity, and so she just called up the big wigs and got special permission to do that and get sorted. And despite being in the parks constantly, she broke a very strict Disney rule about not taking pictures in Club 33, which is like this very, very hard to get into, expensive Disney club. And she actually took pictures in the bathroom. Not only did she take a picture in the place she wasn't supposed to in the bathroom, she ended up being reprimanded for it because there had to be consequences. But we all know there's no consequences for celebrities. So she was banned for 1 month from the parks, but she got a lot of satisfaction out of, again, bragging about the fact that yes, she was banned, but Disney called her up and asked her when specifically she wanted the 1 month ban to be. For example, when she was filming out of the country. That's what she claims anyway. And again, I don't believe a word that comes out of her mouth. And usually I'd insert something here saying, I don't even believe her name is Rebel, but Melanie Bones isn't even able to keep her story straight about that. Rebel Wilson has told colorful and fanciful stories about herself and her past for almost 20 years. Over a decade ago, she got involved in her first of many defamation cases, one she had to pay back millions for, and 80% of the other side's appeal costs. There is so many other legal, especially defamation cases she's been involved with. When I was pulling clips before, I found out about another one that I didn't even know about with an Australian talk show host that she had previously gone to for advice and then ended up suing him for defamation, or trying to. He ended up getting it thrown out. Of course, we talked earlier about yet another one in Australia where she spent 48 hours attacking two women on social media and riling up her followers to do the same. One woman was completely innocent and had no connection to Rebel Wilson whatsoever, and Rebel was told that immediately, yet she still continued attacking the wrong person. After 2 days of attacking, she switched to the real target of hers, a woman who spoke to her grandmother over a promotional piece she was writing. Rebel is constantly doing promotional pieces and seeking out journalists to talk about her. She even trots her own kid out constantly and is constantly posting her on social media. So maybe journalists have thought it was okay, given how much she hounds the media to promote her. Rebel's always had a terrible reputation behind the scenes, but through the late 2010s and early 2020s, her reputation got even worse. Crew have claimed things like she screams at them, and there's even allegations about her throwing hot coffee on someone, like she's some sort of cartoon diva actress villain. There are even more claims from the staff of places who worked at locations her production was renting out for filming, people that had nothing to do with filming or crew. They just happened to work at like a restaurant. But Rebel ended up screaming at them. When confronted, Rebel allegedly didn't apologize because she thought that these other staff were crew of the production that she was working on, so of course that justifies screaming at them. Further defamation claims happened with the release of Rebel's memoir, Rebel Rising. As I mentioned, parts of her book, pages of her book, were blacked out due to the publisher not standing behind her claims. Rebel has claimed a lot of things over the last 2 years. She's posted countless Instagram stories, videos. She's done an entire interview that she sought out for Australia's 60 Minutes. She, in my opinion, has gone to many outlets and pushed stories to them, the Daily Mail, Variety, and all manner of websites that are paid to publish. And she's also told a lot of things on the stand in Charlotte McGuinness's case when she was being questioned. And throughout all of those places, there's a lot of things that she said. But two things that I have a lot of grievances with is that she's claimed that she is a truth teller and a champion of women. In my opinion, there's no one further from those two things than Rebel Wilson. And yes, most of the time, there's three sides to every story: person A's, person B's, and what happened. But I think that this story deviates very far from that. There's Rebel side and Rebel alone side. The only people who seem to, in any way, be siding with her are the people being paid by her. And on the other side, you have everyone else who it seems Rebel has bulldozed through their lives and absolutely destroyed them. I think that is absolutely fucking horrendous what she has done to Charlotte McGuinness, someone who is extremely talented and is starting out in her career and had a very promising career. And now, when you look her name up, most of what you see is about Rebel Wilson. And Rebel has also, in my opinion, spent the last 2 years slandering both Charlotte McGuinness, Amanda Ghost, and Gregor Cameron and Vince Holden. And it is unbelievable what she has been willing to do, between the money that has been spent to go after these people, and even the fact that when this case is going on, she is, in my opinion, paying to pump out PR article after PR article talking about her daughter and her wife having a baby. I mean, are you going to sink that low to go the Ashton and Mila route? My regular viewers thought I was going to forget. I'm contractually obligated to mention Ashton Kutcher in every video, my number one enemy. Well, Rebel Wilson is making a great case for getting maybe a tied spot up there. But using your own wife and children as a PR shield, I mean, come on. This case is my absolute hyperfixation. I've been following it like a hawk since the middle of March when I started working on my original video. And I am constantly looking up, like, oh, what's come out, what's happening. And the week leading up to the case, there was non-stop fluff PR articles being pushed out about Rebel's defamation case that she, yes, originally got millions for, in my opinion, unjustly. We all know there's been cases that people have won that they shouldn't have. And Rebel even had to pay back 90% of the money and pay the people's appeal costs back. So I'm sure she got left with pretty much nothing. And she was, in my opinion, to get another one in there, pushing out PR articles about that so that all the, SEO and all of that is going to grab defamation and see that case, because these articles were 10 years old, yet they were the first results on Google when you typed in Rebel Wilson defamation, Rebel Wilson court case. And there were even some, which I'll show you on the screen, that had republished the 10-year-old article, but with a new date. So published it like it was completely new. So it would say 1 day old. And it was just the exact same article that I could find from 9, 10 years ago. And if that's not manipulation, I don't know what is. And I would be extremely, extremely apprehensive about looking at any articles on a site or news outlet that's going to do that. And there has just been so much garbage like that. Even the day the new baby was born, within a few hours, there was posts from her on Instagram and exclusives to People. And then People, over that day the baby was born, proceeded to put out 5 articles about the baby being born. The baby was born, the baby's name, the other kid holding the baby, about her wife, about something else with the baby. Absolutely unhinged behavior. And what's also very interesting is that every single article on People that's about Rebel Wilson, be it the stuff about the baby or articles from months and months ago, they all have their comment section turned off. And even Rebel herself has turned off her Instagram comments, which is a pretty new development, because when I did my original video, she posted, or was paid to post, to promote this full body MRI scan. And I saw that straight away when it went up. And I knew, oh, this is going to be a bloodbath. And I recorded the comments because every single one of them, except maybe like 3, were just coming, justifiably so, for her neck. Within 12 hours, she turned off the comments. And that stage, in the end of March, she only turned off the comments on the MRI post, and you could still post on all the other ones, because even some people had gone to other posts and said about the MRI. But within about a week, 10 days, she turned off all of the comments, and they still remain off today, May 20th. I really am curious who's doing all her stuff though now, because she seems to have burned so many bridges, because Melissa Nathan, Brian Freeman, her other lawyer that was originally or not originally, there's Brian Freeman, and then another lawyer that's dropped her, and William Morris has dropped her. She's going to run out of people soon. I also believe that she has been pushing out a ton of PR articles that are all about what she's wearing to court. And I saw these absolute garbage ones that were talking about how important it is that Rebel's showing up like in these great looks to court. And it's, are you kidding me? Yeah, okay, wow, she's showing up to court in a very expensive outfit. If we're all millionaires, we could all buy expensive outfits to defend herself in a case where she's tried to destroy the life of a talented young woman. Over what? Over her not getting a writing credit, over her wanting to get more money out of the movie she was already being paid over $2 million for, on a starting $15 million budget that went up to 20 because of a lot of her behavior. And that's another thing that works in her favor. It sounds like absolute lunacy that someone would do all of this, destroy all these people's lives over a writing credit originally. And there's so many other things that got tabbed onto it that she just could not deal with the fact that she was told no for once in her life. and she made it her mission to destroy the lives of everyone who dared to be a part of that no. It may have started out with a writing credit, but she's added so many things on, and over time, her stories have just got more insane, more fanciful. They've changed, they've been manipulated, and she just makes them sound worse and worse and worse because, in my opinion, she believes her own lies. And I think that that is something that happens with a lot of narcissists. And again, I'm not diagnosing her, and I hate when people throw narcissism on everything, but I mean, we've got a really good case here because that seems to be it. She really seems to believe her own lies. And I think that's evidenced by the text message to the people who are building a smear site for you. I mean, come on. Of course, Rebel claims that she had nothing to do with the site and that she didn't know Melissa Nathan. She didn't employ Melissa Nathan and her company tag. But there's pretty strong evidence that it wasn't just Rebel who ordered the smear site, but that being so controlling, she even was the one who authored what is written on it. Because in both the text message from Melissa Nathan saying Rebel wants one of those sites and the voice note from Jed Wallace, where he talks about what should be included on the site and that they can't just say Amanda Ghost is a bitch, blah, 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 blah. They both reference building the site based on a Word document who the author was found to be Camp Sugar, Rebel's production company. And not only has there been experts testify to the fact that the author of this document is Camp Sugar, the metadata hasn't been changed, but also the person who authored this document had to be in Australia due to the fact that it was quote unquote written in the future when it arrived at TAG in California. And we also know that Rebel at that time had just arrived in Australia due to her calling the paparazzi on herself at the airport. And even the stuff that she uses to try and build this whole narrative that I'm saying she's posting all these stories, which she can't even shut up about what is going on with these legal cases. She just has to say her piece. She also had people on the Amanda Ghost Sucks website that had no issue that I know of anyway, because she would mention on the site all of the terrible things that Amanda Ghost had done, and she had Margot Robbie on there. And what was the terrible thing that Amanda Ghost did? Margot Robbie just didn't work with Amanda Ghost again. That was it. That was the claim. So that must mean that there's something sinister going on there because she didn't work with her again. There's the alleged dumping of her phone, the alleged hacking of Charlotte's and disseminating the most intimate private pictures that Charlotte had after destroying all of these people's lives for close to 3 years, destroying a movie too. Who knows what could have happened with the Deb if everything had gone great and it was promoted? Because, of course, after all of this and the insane amount of money that's been burned through this movie, the last thing that the producers or Blavatnik's gonna want to do is put more money into the movie to promote it. And they sure as hell can't go and do any marketing promos or, God, even imagine trying to have some sort of US premiere. It's doing horrendous in Australia. It's getting about $230 a screen. And I know that even a week after it came out, it was showing like once a day on like the Friday, which that's not good. As a former AMC manager, I could tell you that's not good. I've spent 9 hours filming this video, and honestly, I could talk about this for another 24, for probably even more. There's so many intricacies to this case. Reading all of the documents, it's been something that I've been working on since March, since my original video. And even when I've been working on other videos, it was like my reward to then go and read the documents or see what had happened or get up at 2, 3, 4 in the morning and watch the live stream. And I tell you what wakes you up is seeing Rebel Wilson, in my opinion, lying her ass off on the stand for hours and hours at a time. I think her behavior is appalling, and I think it is even more appalling to claim you're a champion of women when all you are doing is hurting women. And by doing things like this, you are making it harder for actual victims. And that is unforgivable. But I know in my heart of hearts, this probably won't affect her that much because who's going to watch a 4 hour, 3, 4 hour video on the intricacies of Rebel Wilson's trial? Probably only people that are really interested in pop culture and know about a lunatic who makes videos with her cat. I know most people are probably either going to see the headlines and interpret it as, oh, people are probably going against Rebel because she's a star, and oh, that doesn't sound right that she was doing it all over a writer's credit originally. So I really, really hope that the American trial is streamed because if there's full shareable coverage of the trial, I mean, that is the best evidence, especially if people can clip it and share it in shorter clips. Hi loves, if you've made it this far, thank you so much for watching because this video is an absolute marathon, but we are now going to discuss the legal verdict that was rendered today from the Australia case. And just also very quickly to say, sorry if my voice sounds really funny. I have been like really not feeling well all day. My throat is completely swollen. And I know I get a lot of comments about my voice and my accent. So unfortunately, there's not really anything I can do about it. But I'm just letting you know, apologies. And also, I mentioned in this video about a secret surprise giveaway that has already had a winner because obviously this is a compilation video, but I totally will do one for this video. So if you leave the previous code word that I mentioned and or secret space source, I'll put it on the screen so you know exactly. I will pick a winner 2 weeks from now. So, because it's quite a long video to get through, I'll pick it the weekend of the 8th of 9th of August. So it just might depend where you are in the world, what day it is. And I'll post it on my community tab like I did last time when the winner Emma was announced. So just to make that clear. But we're going to cut to the chase because the verdict was not good for Charlotte McGuinness. This was just a bench trial. There wasn't a jury. It was just the judge who rendered this verdict. And I will go through a few of the main points that the judge zeroed in on as to why they thought the Rebel didn't defame Charlotte, because there was a 80-page verdict document, which is what I've spent the morning reading. So I will point out like the main factors in the judge's decision. And I know I said several times in the video that I was pretty 50-50 on what was going to happen because it is just so hard to prove defamation. But I was hopeful because the behavior, I'm sure if you've made it to this point in the video, you probably agree that there was a lot of absolutely uncalled for, unhinged behavior. But unfortunately, when it comes to actual legal cases and proving things in court, there is such tight constraints and such stipulations. And there can be things like it literally is in the verdict document about where Charlotte was living was a factor, and the fact that this case happened in Australia and what certain laws were going to apply and the area and all of this stuff that Rebel actually posted the Instagram post. So let's now just go through some of the finer points in the judge's verdict and really go over why this didn't go forward. So we will just be discussing the verdict because I don't think that it's possible to summarize this entire story, not just what happened in the court case, because every article I've read so far today that will do, you know, a few lines or like a paragraph summarizing like, oh, this is what happened. It has been absolutely infuriating me because it is a drop in the ocean of this story. And I mean, the vast majority of people are not going to know the entire story because one, I know it's a lot to sit through hours of a video to get the whole story about what's going on. And anyone who does, I think that they will be absolutely blown away by everything else that has gone on in this situation and what Rebel Wilson was doing, because even telling people about it in my real life that, didn't really have any clue that this was happening. At the weekend, I was telling one of my best friends about it because we were away for the weekend, and she just sat there looking at me like, what? Like, I have not heard anything about this. And it's because, as I've said many times in my other videos, Rebel Wilson does have a very good PR team, a very expensive PR team that they have spent a lot of time and money and effort keeping things out of the mainstream, putting out garbage fluff stories about her new kid or losing weight. And in that deep dive video, you will see literally the text messages and emails to her PR team saying, this negative story's gone out about it. I need it taken down. I need this done, that done, and the actual PR team who have been accused of multiple smear campaigns between themselves are talking about how unhinged and how awful Rebel Wilson is. So, I mean, the alleged smear campaign, people are saying that about you. So, and see, this is what happens. I just, it's so infuriating, this whole story, because she's been so successful at keeping all of her behavior out of the media, because I think we all know that there are plenty of very rich people, very rich and famous people that do awful things, but they aren't illegal things. And defamation, which was what Rebel Wilson was accused of, is notoriously an extremely, extremely hard thing to prove. Throughout the entire coverage that I've done of this, I have said, like, I felt like it was very 50-50 about what was going to happen, purely because of how hard defamation is to prove. But I was hopeful that how bad, in my opinion, Rebel Wilson came off on the stand, and through reading every single bit of information I possibly could about this case, I mean, in my opinion, think that the behavior was absolutely appalling and she's done horrendous things. But in a court of law, it was determined by the judge that it wasn't defamatory what she did. And there's a lot of specifics about why it wasn't defamatory, but the absolute like crux of Rebel Wilson's case was that she was telling the truth. And with defamation, you can't defame someone with the truth. So that was what Rebel Wilson's whole case rested on, was that she did actually tell the truth, that Charlotte McGuinness did say to her the day after this incident with the beach and the bath, that was true in the judge's eyes, that at one point Charlotte did say to Rebel Wilson, oh, it was an uncomfortable situation, it was a weird situation, that we ended up in our bathing suits in the bath together after Amanda had a medical incident. And the judge says throughout the 80-page verdict that she didn't really believe a lot of what anyone said, Amanda Ghost, Charlotte McGuinness, or Rebel Wilson, but that ultimately she found that she did think that at some point Charlotte did say to Rebel that she was uncomfortable. This case was just looking at 4 Instagram posts that Rebel made in September 2024, in May 2025, there was 2, and July 2025, and she put these on her Instagram and also the movie The Debs Instagram, which is Rebel's directorial debut, and the movie that Charlotte McGuinness was starring in. The judge only ended up looking at the September 2024 post because there was a lot of back and forth about which laws should apply, and the court case was in New South Wales. Rebel's team wanted it to be the law of New South Wales, and Charlotte's team wanted it to be Western Australia. And the reason that Charlotte and her team wanted it to be Western Australia, it's because that's where Charlotte is from. And if you read her affidavit, it absolutely is where she's been massively, massively affected by all of this. Because whether we want to talk about Rebel's talent or lack thereof as an actor, she still is one of the most well-known Australian actors. And Rebel blasted all of this out to 11 million followers. And Charlotte was saying in her affidavit that anytime she goes home, anytime she visits family and friends, she hears all of these rumors and other things about her. When she goes out, people are talking about her. When she sees anyone, it's all anyone asks about. And so Charlotte has been massively, massively affected by this in Western Australia and, of course, elsewhere. But the judge doesn't see it that way. The judge just talks about the fact that she doesn't live there anymore. And so it's not, in the judge's opinion, affecting her career in Western Australia. And so to the judge, that doesn't matter. And the judge ended up saying that it was going to be the rules of New South Wales, which meant that there was this particular threshold that was introduced in New South Wales when it came to defamation cases. And this threshold means that to be declared defamatory, there has to be serious damage to the person's reputation, like financially, career wise. And so that was an even bigger hurdle to clear. And that's why I've been saying throughout, like, all my coverage of this case about why it is so hard to prove defamation in a court of law. And you see people all the time on social media being like, oh, sue them, sue them, sue them. And it is, one, it's extremely, extremely expensive. It's such a long process. It's insane to really suggest that. And it is such, even if you do go and do spend the money and do have all that time, it is such a hurdle to clear. And it's very difficult. I mean, my experience is the UK and the US, and it's going to be a lot easier in the UK than in the US. The US, it's nearly impossible to win for defamation in court. I don't know tons about the Australian legal system, but from looking into it for this case and then speaking to like a lot of my Australian viewers, it seems to be somewhere in the middle of the UK and the US. But in 2021, when they introduced this new threshold in New South Wales, that just made it even more difficult. Ended up saying it's going to be New South Wales law because that's where Rebel was whenever she posted these things. And then they also talk about how a lot of Charlotte's discussion about where she felt like it had affected her, where she grew up and stuff like that. The judge said they sound very cold in these legal cases anyway, but the judge basically said, I don't care about that because it's like your friends and family and somewhere you lived previously. It has to be where you're working, residing, your career, your finances. That has to be what's impacted from these posts. And at the time that the posts were made, and I believe now Charlotte McGuinness is living in the UK. And so the judge was saying, yeah, I don't really care outside of what's happening in New South Wales because that's the legal precedent that we're using. And so, when specifically talking about the September 2024 post, the judge said she didn't believe that Charlotte's side proved enough that there was damage to her reputation, career, things like that. Because when it comes to this post, the judge said, it's my view that the ordinary, reasonable reader would have scrolled through the post relatively quickly, and his or her reaction would have been impressionistic and fleeting. The essential message conveyed by the post is that Miss McGuinness complained about the producer's conduct in the bathroom and how it had made her feel and then changed her story. I do not accept that the matters of detail regarding whether she had been asked to bathe and shower would have been retained by the reader in an impressionistic way. Rather, the purported sting is the fact of the complaint and thereafter changing her story. So the judge is basically saying the only post I care about is this September post because of the locations, posting, all of that. The only thing that's like really mentioned about Charlotte that someone would retain is about her changing her story. And the judge ultimately determined that she thinks that Charlotte at some point did say to Rebel that it was a weird situation or it did make her uncomfortable and then change her story. And this is what I meant by you can still be a horrendous person and do horrendous things, like everything else that Rebel Wilson has done in regards to this movie, in my opinion, anyway. And it was not found to be defamatory for this specific post and not defamatory enough that it was causing reputational harm, financial harm, career harm. And that's why it is so unbelievably frustrating because, I mean, if you have seen all my coverage about Rebel Wilson, even before this case, a lot of the things that she was doing, like even the stuff with Sacha Baron Cohen, that nearly destroyed his career. And there's so many other things that she has done, and all the stuff about, even the judge said when she was discussing how Rebel Wilson was going on Instagram and telling people that she'd been falsely imprisoned and was saying it in the Australia 60 Minutes case, the judge was like, oh, well, she was exaggerating. And I just think this is another one of those situations where someone has enough money, power, the right lawyers that they can get their way out of absolutely anything. Because I do find it kind of bizarre that the lawyer that Charlotte had is supposed to be one of the, this is what my Australian viewers have told me, but Sue Chrysanthemum is supposed to be one of like the best defamation lawyers out there. And I just find it odd whenever you see these like big cases go to court and then there's like jurisdiction issues or some other like weird technicality that plays such a huge part in it. I mean, there's been other cases where it's been like, oh well, you were an independent contractor, you weren't an employee and stuff like that. And I mean, the lawyers are the only ones who win in this with all their fees and stuff. But a lot of this, like I was saying, is very the jurisdiction and how much financial damage. And the judge also says a lot of the time, like it sounds really cold, but the judge says, you know, a lot of the affidavits and a lot of the information you showed me, it was from your family and friends and talking about how much emotional damage this has caused you. And again, I feel awful saying this. This is not me saying this, but the court said, I don't really care about your emotional damage. I don't care how this affects you. I only care whether this clears this serious damage threshold, career wise, financially wise, because you have to be able to prove that you've lost out on jobs or producers aren't considering you for work or something. Because ultimately, what it came down to, the bar that had to be cleared was from this one Instagram post on September 2023, on September 23rd, 2024. This one Instagram post had to be one untrue on the very one specific bit that Rebel says about Charlotte making a complaint, withdrawing the complaint, and this one post had to cause serious reputational harm with the people who would be producers, who would be casting you. And you also had to prove that you weren't being cast in things, you lost out on roles, you lost out on money. But ultimately, the judge said she didn't care about the emotional damage, about mental health, about anything else of how it affected Charlotte or her reputation, because that's the way the law is written. And the judge also said that she thought that it would have made Charlotte uncomfortable and that Rebel wouldn't have made this all up out of whole cloth. As I've also mentioned, I think that if you have watched all of my coverage on Rebel Wilson, in my opinion, only my opinion, I would not put anything past her. In all of this coverage, I've not seen anyone mention things like Rebel Wilson was on the phone, on speakerphone, when all of this was going on too. And I absolutely guarantee over the next few weeks, you're going to see so many articles being pushed out from Rebel's camp that are all Rebel Wilson, champion of women, all this stuff. And it's just infuriating. Again, if you've watched all my coverage, just seeing how unhinged her behavior has been. Again, in my opinion, I know I keep saying that, but I mean, look at the situation. Not that she knows or cares who I am, but it's absolutely wild to me. Breaking news, breaking news. It hasn't even been 24 hours and I have been proven right because I filmed what you're watching yesterday, the 22nd of July, because the verdict came out it was the very early morning, US, UK, Europe time, because of course this is in Australia. It is now late in the afternoon on Thursday, the 23rd of July, because I had to read the verdict like twice because it's obviously in like legal language. And then I had to go back and like check a lot of my notes, film, edit. And so I'm about to release it. And the articles that are coming out just keep getting more and more insane. And I mean, these articles, it is so, so obvious that they are being fed from her team. There was one article in particular that I rolled my eyes so much that I'm surprised they didn't get stuck in the back of my head. This was actually in an Australian newspaper. One of my lovely subscribers sent it to me today. One of my subscribers, Katie. So this is actually called Rebel Back from the Deb, and it's 2 pages, 2 entire pages, and it talks all about how Rebel Wilson has defeated Western Australian actor Charlotte McGuinness, the young lead of her directorial debut, in a defamation lawsuit that put the Pitch Perfect star's integrity on trial. Absolutely, you didn't defame someone in an Instagram story. In my opinion, you are still a horrendous person who did awful things and has treated so many people terribly. But she knows that no one is going to look into this case and they are just all going to read these little articles, headlines, and stuff. And that's why, in my opinion, her and her team are absolutely flooding every outlet they possibly can with this garbage and giving them exclusives. And how you can tell is because of the just sickening language. And it is exactly the way that she puts out stuff about herself and how she speaks about herself. I mean, listen to this. The definitive victory for Wilson avoids a costly setback as she shifts from acting to directing amid apparent flagging interest in her from fans around the world who initially loved her brassy personality and Australian twang. Her last hit, Pitch Perfect 3, came out in 2019. Yeah, because everything else that she's done that isn't Pitch Perfect has been an absolute flop, including the last 7 years of movies. Within minutes of the judgment, Wilson posted on Instagram a photograph of herself in a makeup chair and wearing a top advertising her next film, Girl Group. The movie's director and lead, Wilson plays a faded pop star forced to try to turn misfit teenagers into a slick girl band. Girl Group will debut at the Toronto International Film Festival in September, Rebel said. Thank you to everyone who supported me, Wilson said in the post, which amassed 1,800 likes within an hour. I mean, one, that's kind of embarrassing for someone that has 11 million followers. So I wouldn't be bragging about about that. But also, this is just, it's exactly the language. I mean, if you look at any of the articles that, in my opinion, are extremely obviously her and her team pushing them out, and a lot of it is the way that she writes about herself. Because if you've seen anything from my other coverage, she is one of those actors that like meddles in their own PR and stuff. Like a lot of people, it'll be like their team curate things, but she's in there. I mean, I've shown in the videos like all the texts and emails with her PR people that she was paying 25 grand a month to make sure that there was negative articles taken down and that there was no coverage about this. And this is all that, I mean, that is her talking about how wonderful she thinks she is, and it is trying to put out about girl group and all this other stuff. Because every movie, like Pitch Perfect, as I said, every movie she's done for like the last 7 years has been a huge, it's like significant flop. And also, all of these articles, you're gonna see this for months. It's just gonna be flooded, because while this case was going on, she did everything in her power to flood any bit of news that wasn't even news, to try and like get the actual articles, the very few that were written, out of the headlines, out of the Google search results. And again, I hate saying this all the time, but if you see like all the other content I've done about it, there was literally articles from 10 years ago that talked about another defamation case that she was in, that these outlets, and they're all like outlets that are like paid ones, or very, they have these relationships with celebrities to create the articles, because it's just all like celebrities and outlets scratching each other's back. And so there was loads of these outlets. I'll literally put it on the screen. There was dates in these 10-year-olds articles changed to reflect like current day, as if it was written in 2026, and those were running the week that the trial concluded. And then now all of those articles, the date has been changed back to 2017, 2018, whenever they were originally written. And there also was a avalanche of the most garbage of garbage that you've ever seen in your life. And Rebel Wilson also had no issue using her child, her freshly born, not even 24 hours old child, to generate 4 exclusive articles, meaning directly from her, in 24 hours from her kid was born. There was an article about the kid being born, about the kid's name, separate articles about the first kid meeting the second kid, and an article all about Rebel Wilson's wife. And even before the kid was fucking born, she was using the kid in the media, because there was a day that she came to court. It was one of the days that she testified, and or was on the stand, and she literally is going into court, and there's all these reporters outside the court. One of the reporters like asks her a question, like totally nothing to do with her kid or anything, and she goes, "Oh, it might seem like I'm nervous today because my wife could have my baby at any minute." And it's like, I mean, is there a very, very small percent chance, like anyone who's pregnant? Yes. Could they technically go into labor? Yes. But I think it's extremely disingenuous to frame it that way, because her wife was scheduled for a C-section. And usually, I mean, got pretty good technology now. Usually they're going to schedule the C-section way in advance so that doesn't happen and the person randomly will go into labor. And honestly, that in a nutshell is Rebel Wilson, and is this case. Like, technically, is she lying? Like, no, her wife is pregnant. Her wife could have the baby at, I wouldn't say at any minute because of what I said, but that is the way she operates. That she is just so, I don't even know what the word is, like slimy, like slick, because she says things like about the whole thing about her name. That was one of the original defamation cases, where she's saying literally, people in this magazine that was the original defamation case that she had, they said she wasn't born Rebel Wilson. And when she's answering questions, she'll be like, "Oh, well, when I was in school, I didn't go by Rebel because I didn't think like a private all girls school was the best name to go by, so I went by my middle name." Technically, is that right? Yes, she did go by her middle name in school because that was her name. Her name wasn't Rebel. Her name is Melanie, but now Melanie is her middle name because she changed her name. Like, it's all these, oh, it just drives me nuts. And I know it's my ADHD justice sensitivity. I know I'm getting heated. I gotta tell you guys, because you're the only ones who understand. You're the only people who are like actually wanting to look at the information, the people that are like switched on to what is going on in all of this, and aren't just being, "Oh, let me just read the fourth People article about Rebel Wilson's kid that was born 12 hours ago." So I don't know. There's not even anything else I can say. I feel awful for Charlotte. I feel awful for all of the people that are in or have been in the Rebel hurricane, because it just seems like everyone she touches, she absolutely leaves them for the worse. Because even I took like just before a little glance at Charlotte's Instagram, And there's a post that she put up like 2 days ago about a new album that she has coming out. There's not a lot of comments, it's like 15, 20, but there is like 80% of them that are absolutely horrible. And I'm sure that that's just going to continue. And I mean, it's only been literally 36 hours since this happened. It's the middle of the week too. Like most people probably aren't even aware. And as more and more articles go out, and Rebel and her team, in my opinion, are just going to keep flooding as much as they can because they are anticipating the October trial, which is, that is the case that has everything. That is the case that it is all the smear websites, it is all of the unhinged behavior, it's all the financial stuff with the movie. Because unfortunately, the stuff with Charlotte was she was just a victim of like the Hurricane Rebel and this vendetta that seems to be going on with the producers and the writing credit and all of that stuff because Charlotte didn't really have anything to do with that, and it, as dumb as it is, it did seem to generate from the writing credit and then build on it from that. But sorry, I jumped in with lots of lots of unhinges, but I mean, who else am I could talk to Miss G about this stuff because she's really on the ball about all of this as well. But I guess I'm just really frustrated, and it's just another example of a Hollywood celebrity doing whatever the hell they want, no matter how many people it hurts or damages, and in my opinion, just being horrendous. But water is also wet. So thank you so much for putting up with me. I don't know what I'd do without you, honestly. My sisters are always like, you really found your people on YouTube. And moments like this, it really, really makes me think I did. So thank you. And back to past me. I do understand. That's why I was saying through all the videos that I did think it was really 50-50. And I do think there's a lot of like legal technicalities about why it ultimately failed. But I'm more frustrated for the fact that she has been able to do these horrendous things. And okay, this case wasn't determining stuff about the smear website and all like the insane background checks and all this other stuff. That is going to be what happens in the US case in October. But now I think, is that going to knock their confidence for the October case? I mean, there's so much more stuff when it comes to the October case because ultimately, and I know I said this in the video, but Charlotte was kind of collateral damage. Like it really was Amanda Ghost and Gregor Cameron that Rebel really, really was talking about the most. And there was all the allegedly smear campaign websites created about and stuff like that. So I do think the October case is going to be so much more extensive and bigger. If you have watched this coverage, you are one of the very, very few people who has the full story about what's going on. And I would love to know your opinion about it all. And I never normally ask this sort of thing, but if in any way you want to share the video, hype the video, like the video, it would really, really help out immensely because when I did the massive deep dive into the legal case, it has, I don't want to say like a shadow banned or anything, because, who knows if that even exists, but when you go to like public Wi-Fi, it does not show up. Like if you were in Target or something and you connect to their Wi-Fi, you will not see that video. And it has so few views compared to like my other videos. Normally when I cover a topic and cover it again, the second video does better. So it could just be that the people didn't like the video and it's too much information and it's not a good video as well. But it is one of the only videos that has like the full story. So anyone who has watched the full coverage, who has shared it, who has liked it, thank you so much. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it because it was so much work. It was like 2 months. But I really do appreciate it. And let me know all your thoughts and feelings down below about this situation. And of course, even if it doesn't get a lot of traction, I'm still going to cover the October case, and it probably will go on for a while. So I imagine I might cover it on Coffee, Cults, and Cats because it doesn't seem to really be doing that great. But I absolutely want to cover it. Maybe even I was thinking about maybe doing live streams or something like that. It depends if they actually air the case, like stream it or on TV or something. Hopefully that happens, because then more people will be able to see Rebel Wilson on the stand, I hope. But if you did make it to the end, thank you. Thank you so much for watching. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. And I've left the extensive sources, my social media, Patreon, merch store, all of that stuff down below in the description box and pinned comment. Thank you so much again. And as always, make sure to stay safe, take care of yourselves, and I hope to see you in the next one. What am I going to do with you, you rascal? Sorry if there was an abrupt cut there. Someone was eating plastic in the kitchen, munching on it. So thank you so much.